English translation, 718th contact. Part 1, Monday the 8th of April 2019, 20:07 hours.
Greetings, Edward, dear friend.
You are here once again at an early hour, dear friend, but be welcome and greeted as usual. What drives you to come at this hour already?
There is something to be discussed for once that is of necessity and should no longer be postponed nor kept quiet.
I am anxious to hear about that. But if I may, I would have something to ask first that would be of interest to our group members, if that is all right with you.
Of course, go ahead and ask.
Every now and then I am asked how I can call up our conversation reports, for which I myself only know that the small control disk is decisive, which you have fixed. I do not know how high above the Earth in a stationary position above the center.
That is correct, but to explain all the processes and procedures involved would be going too far. So I will only deal with it briefly. Our conversations, which the two of us often have together, are transmitted directly to our station during our conversation and stored there. Look here. All of us who have conversations with you carry this little device with us that records every word spoken by you and by us, and transmits it directly to our station, where on the one hand it is stored, but then it is forwarded to the little control device where you can then retrieve everything. Now this required a lot of work in the last few years, which Yanarara and Zafanat had to carry out when we discovered that serious disturbances were occurring which we could not understand, but which we were able to eliminate by means of new constructions, but this took years. Only when it was realized that external influences were causing the disturbances could research be undertaken, and new devices, etc., created and tested until finally the disturbing influences could be eliminated. However, it was only recently that it was possible to secure everything in such a way that no more disturbances could take effect, since Zafanat and Yanarara were able to find out which energies caused all the disturbances. Through the latest findings, it became possible to straighten everything out so that the whole transmission process can now take place without interference, because the maliciously interfering sectarian influences had to be eliminated, which, however, still have a detrimental effect on your work, etc., in your working space. Unfortunately, however, at present, everything is connected with a reduction in the speed of retrieval, which is why you need several times the time today to retrieve the conversations and write them down. Of course, all the recordings of our conversations are also transferred to ERA and archived by us.
Then I imagined the whole thing wrong, because I thought that everything goes directly to ERA in each case, and then from there back to the little control disk where I can just retrieve it.
That was indeed a misconception.
But that is not a bad thing. Besides, I have never asked about it before, but only now because I was asked about it. But now I have another question regarding the many sightings of unknown flying objects around the world, which have been observed again and again for centuries. This was particularly the case in the last century, as well as in the new millennium, but I must not forget the Foo Fighters during the last World War, nor the objects that we have been able to observe here in the center over all these years, and also at the present time, but which were not from you. The question is whether you Playaran ever had anything to do with all the other objects that have been observed again and again around the world. I am thinking particularly of the objects that were observed in the USA, in South America, throughout Europe, and specifically the triangular objects that became known in Belgium, but also in 1976 in Persia, where the military pilot Jafari Parvich, and in 1984 or so in Peru, the military pilot Oscar Santa Maria chased after the objects.
No, we Playaran never had anything to do with it, because without exception these flying apparatuses observed everywhere, called UFOs by Earth humans, did not belong to us, but to the aliens who have been working on Earth since time immemorial. If we could be observed and photographed, then we deliberately allowed this to happen only to members of your groups or to persons who were friends of yours, while we specially commissioned you to take pictures and films of our flying apparatus. In doing so, We were also always careful that the strangers could not gain any knowledge of this and make absolutely no observations, because we did not want to give any encouragement for them, as we do not now and will not in the future, to record our presence, because we do not want to endanger our homeland, and therefore we are not allowed to make any contact with the strangers. Establishing contact with any strangers always means insecurity and danger, even if a good relationship is established under certain circumstances. Because all life forms are susceptible to overt or subterranean indoctrination, as a result of which a great deal of harm can come about. Under certain circumstances, connections can also result from contacts that can lead to attacks, conquests, and wars, which is why our directives forbid us to make contact with the aliens working here on Earth or even to make ourselves recognizable to them. If we were to make ourselves recognizable to them in any way, then on the one hand we would violate our directives. On the other hand, we would run the risk of betraying our space-time structure and thus also our homeland, and in addition, under certain circumstances, we would relapse into the old behavioral patterns of our early ancestors due to the influences of the strangers. We Plejaren are also human beings, and still burdened in our deepest character with unpleasant impulses, even though we have been making great efforts for more than 52,000 years to work them out and to dissolve them. But this takes a very long time and always means that there is a danger that through indoctrinating influences of other mentalities, in one case or another relapses into the old patterns of behavior could occur. This is fundamentally the fact of our strict restraint in every respect towards foreigners. What you asked about the flying objects of all kinds and sizes of the aliens, which have been observed by Earth humans again and again for centuries, even in the present time, and also by you in the center and by members of the association everywhere, that therefore never had and never has anything to do with us Plejaren, because we have no connection whatsoever with the aliens. It is true that they have a very high level of technology, but it cannot be compared with ours and is still very much in need of development. This does not mean, however, that their mentality is also at a higher level of development, which, according to our long-term research, is not the case either. In the end, it must be said once again that all observations of unknown flying objects, etc., since all times, as is also the case at the present new time, can only be traced back to the strangers with whom we have no contact whatsoever and who are also unable to perceive our existence and presence. Our highly developed technology denies them any possibility of being able to locate us in any way or perceive us in any other way.
I know that, and I guess it is good that you have brought these things out in the open, so they are also put in writing for once. Might be interesting if the strangers called me once, which I do not think they will, though I would not be a danger to them and would also keep quiet about it if I had to.
It could certainly be interesting, though we Plejaren would have to stay out of it in every respect. I wouldn't have any qualms for you either, because you don't have the same big problems as us Plejaren in terms of the danger of reversion, because you are in with my father.
Please do not, because that does not belong here and shouldn't be said officially. But of course I think that these strangers will not let themselves be seen with me, even if it would be interesting. I could imagine, though, that for some reason the bulks might shy away from it and be afraid in terms of their safety.
Which would be completely illusory if you were contacted, though.
There would be no reason for me to play false after all. Now, what is the reason for your coming so early today, my friend?
Today we have to talk about why it happened that in your living room you unexpectedly met your then-wife Calliope and we came face to face. That, as well as other necessities to be discussed, which we have also never talked about in detail and openly, but I feel that I must bring up the whole thing from my point of view once, and also release my knowledge, which I had endeavored to obtain concerning Calliope and had thereby recognized frightening unpleasantness. And I also think that it will be necessary for you to also call up and write down what I have to say. so that your adversaries, etc., will also understand what corresponds to reality and truth, contrary to the lies and slander of your ex-wife. This also includes certain underhandedness, dishonest actions, and mission damaging, as well as dangerous deeds and behavior directed against your physical and mental health and safety, too.
Excuse me, but I do not think this should be brought up openly. Because on the one hand, I would like to say that everything is a private matter that does not belong in the public domain, and on the other hand, I am not vindictive, so I am not eager to mess up my ex. Unfortunately, the opposite is true of her, as well as her favorite son, both of whom have joined forces with antagonistic figures. On the one hand, as a result of their evil, unfounded hatred and primitive reasons for revenge, and on the other hand, because they are weak in terms of intellect, reason, and intelligentum, and are also uneducated and stupid. So I am vilified by both of them through lies and slanders on the internet and in newspapers and magazines, whereby the stupid elements, who think they are big and clever, open the ways for them to reach the public worldwide with their lies and slanders, be it through radio, television, newspapers and magazines, or through any of their vituperations, which are otherwise spread by both of them and their pathologically stupid ones and those who run with and listen to their lies and slanders. But when I speak of stupid people and their stupidity, then it is necessary that I explain once according to your Plejaran teachings, as I learned them from your father Svath already in the 1940s, what stupidity basically is and as what and how it must be defined. And this corresponds to something completely different from what our earthly psychologists, philosophers and scientists, etc., explain and claim, who have no idea and understanding in this respect, and therefore do not know what stupidity is based on at all. However, many of those I have mentioned, namely psychologists, philosophers and scientists, etc., will reject this in their narrow-mindedness and know-it-all attitude and will not acknowledge it, but will deny it and insult it, because they themselves are addicted to stupidity in their specialist knowledge. This is because they have no realization and no effective knowledge of what stupidity actually refers to, namely that it is simply based on the fact that in a certain field, such as psychology, philosophy, the sciences, etc., the necessary requirements of education, development, experiencing, and learning are insufficient or completely lacking in relation to the intellect, reason, and intelligentum. And the consequence of this is that no truthful fathoming of the psyche of a human being can take place, but misjudgments are made, causing immense damage and even evil mischief, up to and including murder, for which the misjudgment of psychology, philosophy, and the sciences, etc., would actually have to take responsibility. Stupidity is something different from how psychology and philosophy, etc., explain and judge it, because stupidity has nothing to do with the fact that human beings are subject to a disease of consciousness falsely called mental illness, a stupidity or limitation of consciousness falsely called spirit, or any form of inability to make decisions, to form opinions, to behave, and to act, just as they are not subject to an inability to think, to train, to reflect. Even a human being addicted to stupidity is absolutely capable of turning to certain fields of knowledge, professions and activities and all kinds of development-related things, of learning everything imaginable in a good way, as well as of being creative and also of achieving great things in all kinds of fields, such as technology of all kinds of sciences, lifestyle, electronics, digital technology, natural history, biology, astronomy, etc., and so on, to achieve great things. As a rule, a human being addicted to stupidity is absolutely normal in the sense of the human sane norm of consciousness, as a result of which he or she is as a rule normal in terms of consciousness wrongly called mentally normal. This is just how the general human opinion imagines it with regard to a normal relationship concerning what is normal. Correct and usual according to the human normal state of consciousness is erroneously called state of mind. In this way, the term normal assumes that the function of consciousness erroneously called mental function of the human being corresponds to a healthy function, and thus is not subject to any abnormal damage, which would completely impair a conscious and clear use of consciousness and further development of consciousness. The term normal or normality is used and applied by the human beings of Earth ambiguously and quite naturally, but incomprehensibly, for this term is one that is so confused and ambiguous with regard to normal or normality that disputes not infrequently arise over it. The very question of whether a human being with a disability of consciousness, wrongly called mental handicap, is normal or not, is viewed and judged differently by different human beings. So on the one hand, the opinion can be that such a disability is not normal, while on the other hand, other opinions amount to a disorder, illness, or something else, because the concept of normal is interpreted very differently as a result of different ways of thinking, views, and understanding. Thus, it can be argued that a disability is not normal because being normal is considered a biological norm, while on the other hand, a disability is considered completely normal because it is life-related or occurs only in relatively small numbers, etc. Depending on the human beings and their way of looking at and understanding things, the assessment therefore differs. Thus, on the one hand, the opinion can be held that a disability is completely normal because it can correspond to a natural form of existence, while on the other hand, for a person who himself has a disability, this belongs to his personal normality, and he is also of this opinion. This explanation clearly shows that there is not only one definition of normal and normality, but also different ones, because the term normal can be interpreted in completely different ways and according to the corresponding opinion. What is related to stupidity with regard to the normal, the norm, has nothing to do with doubting the sanity of human beings, for with regard to stupidity, which is what is being spoken of, in what has been said and in what follows, the normality, the norm, that is to say the normal being of human consciousness is wrongly called spirit, is not attacked and not doubted. With regard to stupidity as a whole, it is also to be said that a human being can be addicted specifically to a certain thing, as well as generally to anything and everything, whereby this knows no limits in any case, because contrary to the professional claims of psychology and various sciences, etc., this does not show any impairment of consciousness and also has nothing to do with the fact that IQ would be impaired by this. This corresponds to complete nonsense, because the intelligentum cannot be tested and evaluated in any way, but solely and exclusively nothing other than the processed, learned, and memorized knowledge and the associated combination moment of the human being, which is generally called intelligence. This intelligence, it must be repeatedly explained, corresponds only to a learned and memory-stored knowledge, which, however, has absolutely nothing to do with the intellect, and thus also nothing to do with intelligentum or being intelligent. Intelligentum and intelligence have no connection whatsoever, and correspond to completely different values. But this is absolutely unknown as a result of the ignorance in this respect in the very faulty earthly psychology teachings, psychology studies, and consequently in psychology knowledge as a whole. And this has resulted for a very long time in intelligence being equated with intellect, and intelligentum with being intelligent. Intelligence, it must be explained once again, corresponds only to a learned and memory-stored knowledge, a knowledge that is called school knowledge, general knowledge, professional knowledge, factual knowledge, departmental knowledge, mission knowledge, activity knowledge and milieu knowledge, obligation knowledge as well as sphere of activity knowledge, vocation knowledge, commitment knowledge, work sphere knowledge, position knowledge and métier knowledge, etc., and is thus broadly encompassing. This, however, has in no way anything to do with intelligentum, that is to say being intelligent, because intelligence corresponds solely to the knowledge and combination moment and the knowledge memory of human beings, as well as that through these certain knowledge values are brought together, or the resulting connections are perceived and named, but cannot be evaluated and thus cannot be comprehended, because it is only a matter of knowledge information. Something completely different from intelligence or intelligence value, which is measured as IQ or the value of knowledge and the moment of combination, is the so-called intelligentum or being intelligent. This is because they embody the ability of human beings to think abstractly through understanding and reason, and to derive purposeful action from this. Consequently, intelligentum or being intelligent is not only a certain knowledge in relation to certain things and values that are expressed, as is the case with intelligence, But intelligentum, or being intelligent, is founded as the actual factor of the high value of logic or consistency in relation to the development of understanding and reason. And if intelligence is also always to be mentioned, practically as an inevitable consequence, then this factor is mentioned as the third value no more and no less, simply because it is a storehouse of knowledge in addition to the development of understanding and reason and all the resulting high values. In contrast to intelligence is intelligentum, or being intelligent through understanding and reason, which is an abstract ability to think and reason with a purposeful understanding and reasoning, intelligent thinking and cognition. And it is only through this intelligence that the formation of ideas and the processing of ideas, as well as actions in accordance with understanding and reason, and corresponding modes of behavior, etc., are made possible. And this alone without intelligence, which only forms the role of the collector and storehouse of knowledge, and has no capacity whatsoever for understanding and reason, and thus also no energy and power, as well as no influence on the development of an activity of thought, action, and behavior. An extremely high intelligence, that is to say, an extremely great knowledge in relation to a general knowledge, or any form of professional or specialist knowledge, etc., etc., does not in any way mean that the human being would also be highly developed in relation to his intellect, that is to say, his intelligentum, that is to say, his being intelligent. There is no high intelligence quotient that could be addressed as an effective value, except in relation to the stored knowledge, which, however, corresponds to no more than a memory value that can be retrieved and reproduced without any action. In the process, neither existential anxiety nor social isolation or emotional problems can occur, because intelligence as a pure store of knowledge is absolutely actionless and does not move anything out of itself. A computer process can serve as a comparison to this, when a search window is opened and a search question is entered, after which an answer window simply opens and the answer for the question is listed in writing in it, without any further and own activity taking place. In this process, no emotions are emitted, and therefore also no short or lasting dissatisfaction with regard to the question, but the aim of the question or the answer is simply given on the screen without emotion or activity. But this also leaves the effect of the answer to the person asking the question, so that he or she has to come to terms with, understand, and implement the value of the answer according to his or her own ability. And this arises in this way precisely because intelligence is not the same as intelligentum, or being intelligent, which achieves a high degree of education through every conscious learning and forms the mind-reason accumulation of knowledge, wisdom. In the process, all knowledge is then also transported into intelligence, but only as pure knowledge, which is stored and can be reproduced as such, but cannot be utilized and thus neither implemented nor exploited. The use, implementation, and utilization of all knowledge, ideas, developments and plans, etc., can only take place through the intellect and reason or through their predetermined functions, whereby these values cannot be measured in the way that is practiced with regard to the senseless and downright moronic intelligence quotient. By means of such a quotient, IQ scores and IQ scale are supposedly used to determine the extent to which human beings are gifted, and so on. Such an insane scale is, for example, the following, which is actually an insult to every human being who is rationally normal and thus not consciously impaired. Interpretation of IQ, that is to say, intelligence quotient. IQ percentage of the population. Uber, 130 equal sign 2.1 is a genius. 130 equal sign 2.1 is highly gifted. 121 130 equal sign 6.4 is gifted. 111 120 equal sign 15.7 is above average intelligence. 90 110 equal sign 51.6 is average intelligence. 80 89 equal sign 15.7 is below average intelligence. 70 79 equal sign 6.4 is mentally retarded. These imbecilic psychological evaluations have fundamentally nothing to do with the abilities and capacities in relation to the intellect and reason of human beings, but they are imbecilically simply related to the knowledge of intelligence, which is arranged absolutely under every use of abstract thinking. Reasoning, that is to say, the reason is that it is only through understanding and reason that knowledge and insight can be gained. And it is only the results of these that lead to a fine, sharp, and trained intellect or intelligentum or being intelligent. The fact is that stupidity in the human beings concerned appears as a lack of intellect, reason, and intelligentum, which also results in a lack of talent in the intellectual field. This is contrary to the sciences and psychology, which claim that neither intellect, reason, nor intelligentum are affected by stupidity. And since stupidity basically corresponds to nothing other than an underdevelopment or a non-development of understanding, reason and intelligentum to a certain extent in relation to a certain thing, or several of them, or in general, the whole thing is therefore very much a disadvantageous fact of understanding, reason and intelligentum. This then brings itself to bear as stupidity, which means, quite simply explained, that things and actions are done, behaviors are carried out, views and opinions are held, speeches are made, ideals are pursued, unreal stories of fantasy and lies are believed, and real reality and its truth are disregarded, etc., and thereby careless and uncontrollable mistakes are made which bring harm in some way. And all such thinking and acting, all such behavior, speech and opinions, as well as every belief of this kind, is precisely called stupidity, and this because learning with regard to controlling thoughts and feelings, as well as perception and recognition with regard to this, is impaired to the point of impossibility, and therefore it cannot be determined what corresponds to correctness or falsity. Hopes and desires or any false inspirations and imagined sensations also come into play, triggering wrong aspects of movements and ways of looking at things. And this is exactly what is being talked about in all the following explanations, in which especially the stupidity regarding the religious delusion of faith is in the foreground, which can only arise through the non-learning and non-development of the factor of perception of the real reality and its truth. And this delusion, which is far removed from all reality and truth and has since time immemorial brought discord, unfreedom, dissension, hatred and discontent to earth humans, is the all-embracing and most important factor in all the mischief that has been rampant in and over earth humans since time immemorial as a malignant delusion. This is because religious delusion disregards and tramples on the reality of creation and its laws and recommendations, commandments corresponding to recommendations. In fact, however, the creation of universal consciousness is absolutely real and thus also not bound up in a religious delusion of faith, as is the case with every religion and sect with regard to their imaginary and thus imagined and fantasized deity. The real creation, which is recognizable in the existence of the entire universe, of every celestial body and every planet, etc., and thus also in relation to the earth and its nature, fauna and flora, for every reasonable human being going through life with open eyes and senses, requires no religious or other delusional belief, but only the perception of its reality and its truth. This is because creation universal consciousness manifests itself recognizably in its truthful reality and its truth itself, as a visible, tangible, palpable universe with all its stars, nebulae, galaxies, planets, and nature with all its fauna and flora. The reason for this religious and sectarian delusion is founded in the fact that it has been hammered into the human beings for thousands of years through the indoctrination of delusional gurus, priests, cult leaders, and many other religious sectarian faith catchers through lies and deceit. This also results in a bondage to human beings and their lies, deceit, and slander, which are usually followed by foolish actions. These kinds of human beings live in ignorance and are weak existences in relation to a certain area, a thing, or also in general. And they have to struggle with their insufficient intelligentum, which they try to make up for by a smarmy or attacking, but also by an ingratiating, seductive, educated seeming, and many other kinds of behavior. As a rule, they do this by taking refuge in a delusion and occupying themselves privately or through a professional education with something or other, through which they can then pretend to be well-read and educated and believe that the fellow human beings with whom they surround themselves in their near and far surroundings are blind, stupid and dumb enough to believe their false educatedness and take it at face value. And this is also connected, on the one hand, to not taking their fellow human beings seriously, but on the other hand also to hold them down, to pester them and to take advantage of them in order to, paradoxically, indulge in and satisfy their own delusions of grandeur, but also to cowardly cover up their own lack of self-esteem and their very own personal rottenness, and to present themselves to the outside world as powerful, controlling, and domineering. The whole of the human being's stupidity corresponds to a dimension of stupidity that is emphasized in such a way that it inevitably becomes recognizable to a human being gifted with understanding, reason, and intelligence, as a result of which the stupid person cannot conceal his or her lack of consciousness, which the stupid person, however, is unable to realize because he or she mistakenly believes himself or herself to be educated and clever. It is therefore not without reason that it is said that there are also the stupid who cheat their way through life, and thus get far with the likewise stupid, because the latter are too stupid to recognize and understand the stupidity of the stupid. This is why very appropriate proverbs have also been invented, such as half the world belongs to the stupid, or the stupidest man may find the penny, but he does not see the gold piece next to it, and so on. In a narrower sense, stupidity also refers to the lack of ability to draw appropriate conclusions from perceptions and to learn intellectually intelligently. This deficiency is partly based on ignorance of all the necessary facts required to form a judgment, which the stupid human being, firstly, does not know a priori in his ignorance, and secondly, he is incapable of gaining real knowledge through an effective perception of reality and its truth. As a result, he is dependent on what he can absorb and pass on unthinkingly through his weak intellect, his lack of reason and intelligentum, because he is incapable of forming his own opinion through clear and tangible thoughts and reflections. This is precisely because the stupid human being in every respect cannot recognize any real perception of reality and its truth, and also cannot experience it, and consequently cannot gather any experience. Because logical thinking is not accessible to him purely with his intellect, reason, and intelligentum. Stupidity is therefore due to a deficient intellect as well as a lack of reason and intelligentum, although these factors could be built up if the stupid human being in question would make an effort to do so. Stupidity is, after all, as a rule, if it is not a matter of congenital damage to the consciousness that does not allow for clear thinking of one's own, a factor that is created by the human beings themselves and is therefore not congenital. Understanding, reason, intelligentum, knowledge and wisdom do not correspond in any way to a birth gift, for all these values must be laboriously learned and worked out by the human being himself from the ground up and thus from birth. This learning usually takes place through the upbringing and teachings of parents, siblings, relatives, and fellow human beings in the immediate and wider environment, as well as through the teaching staff of schools and vocational schools and personal self-education and self-education, etc., whereby the learning human being, depending on his or her own will, makes more or less effort to learn and thereby acquires knowledge and wisdom, and from this also understanding, reason, and intelligentum. This is contrary to the stupid assertions of ignorant psychologists, philosophers, and other know-it-alls, who on the one hand deny that understanding, reason, and intelligentum are learnable and can be further developed, but on the other hand also neither know the very far-reaching spiritual doctrine in terms of knowledge, nor can they understand and judge the human psyche. In contrast to the lack of judgment and understanding of all the far-reaching values in this respect, they have neither an effective idea of the whole nor an empathy with regard to the human world of thoughts, feelings, and psychology. Consequently, they cannot comprehend anything in this respect either. So these experts also cannot understand that the whole of stupidity or cleverness takes place solely through the efforts and interest of the individual human being, is learned, constantly expanded throughout life, and is aligned and expanded, or neglected, according to one's own interests, and that this varies from person to person as much as their opinions do. Today, understanding, reason, and intelligentum can be more appropriately compared to what distinguishes human beings from the sector of mechanics, and especially from electronic technology. Still, because at least at the present time, at the beginning of the 21st century, the third millennium, it is still superior to the entire development in this respect. And this is indeed still the case, even though billions of human beings have already become dependent on and addicted to the whole variety of mechanical and electronic technology, as for example with regard to poking around on smartphones or mobile phones with touchscreens and additional functions such as GPS, and the possibility of installing apps on them. And the fact that, partly as a result of this, millions and billions of human beings have become incapable of verbal communication with their peers and of interpersonal relationships, and have also become effectively effeminate creatures who can no longer do any physical work, who can no longer muster any initiative for their own thoughts, ideas, opinions, and actions, is only the beginning of the fact that an enormous number of these human beings are not only becoming increasingly stupid, lacking in understanding, reason, and intelligence, but are also becoming increasingly incapable of learning and are effectively slowly but surely becoming stupid. All these human beings are also losing all capacity for imagination, as well as the healthy power of conception, imagination and ingenuity with regard to valuable progress of every kind and form, etc., but they also lack the ability to think abstractly, as well as sensitivity and deeper sensibility, empathy, instinct, compassion, and the tactfulness of life. These human beings also lack good connecting qualities towards peace, freedom, justice, and righteousness, towards nature, its fauna and flora, and above all towards their fellow human beings. They also no longer show any recognizable measure of originality, creativity, and humor, but only a fanatical behavior with regard to various sports, which, however, due to their own incompetence and cowardice, they do not perform themselves, but let others do so, whom they cheer frenetically for their victory or shout at them with shame and disgrace when they lose and perform badly. Basically, it can be said that stupid human beings, nowadays mainly juveniles, but also many children, although older adults are also becoming increasingly stupid themselves, not only lack the ability to perceive clearly and recognize the truth, but also the necessary connection with nature and its fauna and flora. Consequently, it can be seen and recognized in them that they do not understand anything about life and every correct way of living, as well as about personal development in every necessary respect, are far removed from it, and consequently also do not make any effort to perceive the effectiveness of reality and its truth. So they also do not perceive that the atmosphere and the climate have been destroyed by much more, and continue to be destroyed irresponsibly than is officially known through the public media. However, they are so poor in their mentality and behavior as well as in their thoughts and feelings that they cannot think their way into reality and the truth of life with their inferior and false sensibility, and cannot cope with their life, which is characterized by stupidity, so that they finally decay as life failures completely in terms of thoughts, feelings, and psychology, and finally put an end to their own lives. This, while they show no consideration, helpfulness or tolerance towards their fellow human beings, nature and its fauna and flora, the climate or the planet Earth itself, and show only indifference and harm towards everything. The whole mentality and behavior of the majority of the human beings on Earth corresponds to a formula for lack of understanding, reason and intelligence in the highest degree, and everything in this respect reveals the roaring stupidity of these human beings, as well as the fact that they are addicted to a religious delusion of faith, which subliminally incites them to a behavior of domination and power, and urges and often even forces them to be arrogant towards other religious believers and those who think differently. And this fact, which prevails subconsciously and unconsciously for the believers in the whole world of religious belief, forces them on every wanted or unwanted occasion to harbor, on the one hand, an enmity and domination towards those who believe and think differently, which is usually also accompanied, under certain circumstances, by violence and bloody revenge as well as murder. On the other hand, the whole of the manifold evil, which is buried deep in the innermost character being, constantly lurking insidiously in order to be able to burst forth and rage at every possible opportunity, is not fought and not dissolved, because it is simply disregarded and suppressed by the religious sectarian delusion of faith and the delusion of wanting to be better than the others. Thus it is given that all the malignant degenerations lurking in the deepest character being, which have 1,000 different forms, are a constant threat to the human being arising from it. And these innermost evil, malicious, mean, ugly, insidious, and deceitful attitudes are. If they break through to the outside through any thought-feeling psychic movements, which often needs very little, as when, proverbially speaking, a louse creeps over the human being's liver, dangerous, life-threatening, and correspond to a malignancy, or a malignancy which corresponds to an effective rule, which has the characteristics of a disease syndrome. So then, when the innermost degenerations in the deepest character break through to the outside, the possibility arises of a dangerous excitement, which normally degenerates into verbal malignancies or into physical violence. And such outbursts occur for all kinds of reasons, whether it is an insult or a fisticuff, a quarrel, war, hunger, pain, or anything else, because through some minor or also through serious thought-feeling psychic movements, the malignancy lurking insidiously in the deepest innermost character being breaks through to the outside. And when it breaks out, it is expressed verbally in an attacking and evil manner, or it degenerates into the worst kind of violence. So if any agitation arises, whether from thoughtless or attacking words, quarrel, war, hunger, pain, or anything else, then the malignancy lurking insidiously deep in the innermost character breaks through and becomes outwardly verbally blasphemous and attacking, or in the worst way with malignant hatred, with revenge and retaliation, and with evil physical violence, up to frenzy and murder, manslaughter, torture, mass murder, rape and massacre, etc., whereby no limits are set in this respect. If the facts stated so far, which correspond to the real reality and truth, are taken as a basis by the earthlings who pretend to be experts in psychology and psychiatry, and believe that they have eaten their psychological and psychiatric wisdom with shovel diggers, then they have understood nothing of the whole of psychology and psychiatry, and have no idea whatsoever of the whole of this reality and truth, let alone even a hint of knowledge. This is because through their academic studies they only study hypotheticals or assumptions and presumptions, but not the effectively real facts that correspond to reality and truth, as these are conveyed by the teaching of the truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of the life, about which these specialists are absolutely ignorant. If, however, they were to become knowledgeable of the teaching which deals with all conceivable facts concerning the existence and life of human beings, and teaches all that which is not taught in any college or university, however important, then they would become real specialists. And if the majority of human beings on Earth, who are dozing off in religious delusion and consequently also in stupidity, would also learn this teaching consciously, willingly, and with interest, then humanity would progress very quickly in its inner development and would also not have any destructive effects on nature. Its fauna and flora, waters, seas, forests, floodplains and meadows, the atmosphere, the climate, and on the planet itself. All the terrible destructions and ruination as well as the annihilation and extinction, as this happens through the machinations of the overflowing Earth humans with regard to nature and its fauna and flora, are not only related to the climate, but they are so manifold that it is impossible for me to list everything, because this would fill an entire book. But the fact is that the entire planet, its nature, the entire plant and animal world, as well as the insect, amphibian, reptile, fish and bird world, as well as all other life on Earth, which also includes the human beings, is already tremendously poisoned and will continue to be poisoned. So that at the end of the second decade of the third millennium, there is effectively nothing left that is not more or less affected by all kinds of toxins. And this is so along with all the other evils that have been causing mischief for decades, like the whole of the catastrophic in relation to climate change, which is degenerating into a climate crash, as Svath already said, and I got to many media worldwide with my predictions in the 1940s and 1950s, but was ridiculed for it, as I have been again and again since 1975 up to the present day, if it was even mentioned at all. So it is not just climate change, because the whole of nature with its fauna and flora has been suffering for a long time and continues to be harassed, as have the fresh waters, oceans, and all their creatures, in addition to mankind, which is itself responsible for all destruction, annihilation, and extinction. And this is also the case with regard to the dissolution of the permafrost, whereby mountains collapse or become a great danger through demolition, whereby the atmosphere is also affected by methane gases being released, and everything will become much worse than the responsible, narrow-minded scientists are still falsely claiming at the present time. The entire reality of the present conditions of the planet Earth, of nature and of the entire fauna and flora, etc., is on the one hand quite obviously not recognized and misunderstood by the responsible sciences, while on the other hand, however, also deliberately false results of the acquired knowledge are disseminated to the public. This is also the case with regard to official, Secret Service, military and air traffic disclosure lists concerning observed unknown flying objects or UFOs worldwide, because in total only about 10% have been disclosed to the public to date. This would be the case if human beings would begin to think and reflect in an effectively rational and intelligent way and find the reality and truth of life in all existence, and would also become clear and aware of their very far-reaching responsibility. They would also no longer have a ruinous, destructive, and self-deluding effect on their own personal consciousness, and equally no longer have a damaging effect on their own total organism, which includes the thought-feeling psychic world and also the entire material body. All this, however, is neglected and nullified by the stupidity of the individual human being, and thus also by the majority of humanity, because the individual does not consciously turn to correct thinking and does not make sufficient effort to build up his intellect, his reason and his intelligentum, as well as his general knowledge and wisdom. On the whole, he does not pay attention to all the necessities connected with this, whereby the religious delusion of faith particularly prevents him from doing so. The latter indoctrinates him into believing that as a human being he should not think for himself, should not form his own opinion, and should not act according to his own decisions, but that he must and may only do according to God's will, which on the one hand is dictated to him by his delusion, and on the other, that he only has to follow what religious and sect gurus, religious bigwigs, priests, clergymen, preachers, and other unclergymen indoctrinate him with, but from which he can hardly, or not at all, free himself by following the whole religious believing nonsense unthinkingly and obediently. And the fact is that every religious belief creates hatred, discord, death, wars, murder, destruction, and ruin, also today and tomorrow, as it has been since time immemorial. And today this hatred, especially religion-related, is getting out of hand again and will lead to renewed mischief in the future, not only between Christians and Muslims, but also between Christians and Jews, with neo-Nazis in particular being and continuing to be the driving forces, as well as so-called normal Christians who, through indoctrination by neo-Nazis and Reich Germans, are becoming haters of Jews, just as Jews and Muslims, on the other hand, are becoming haters of Christians and haters of Germany. And in doing so, all of these haters will insult their opponents, that is to say the Christians, the Jews, and Muslims, and the Muslims and Jews the Christians, as bad human beings, and in their hatred will give satisfaction by murder and manslaughter, as has been the custom since time immemorial. And this will happen as it has always done, out of sheer idiocy, out of imbecility and nonsensical old and new hatred, which arises out of stupid racism and religious delusion and divides human beings into good and bad. Because religious delusion has pretended this since time immemorial, although the opposite is mendaciously preached. And this is so even though there is no good or bad human being, but only human beings who have good or bad character traits which they express, and which are objected to or praised by other human beings. To think with reason, rationality and intelligentum is not possible for any religiously delusional human being, because if he has fallen prey to a religious delusion of faith, then this prevents him from thinking neutrally and independently of faith, because religious faith holds him captive, and makes it impossible for him to think even a single thought that would be without the influence of faith. And in this it is the rule that the human being who is afflicted by a delusion of faith that dominates him and is dominated by it, which is inevitably the case with every believer in religion, sect, or any other kind of faith, does not, however, realize it. And this happens because the delusional faith works completely meanly unconsciously, and in this respect, suppresses and completely switches off the necessary intellect as well as reason and intelligentum in every believing human being. whereby these values have just remained unnoticed in the specific formation and development of intellect, reason, and intelligentum, and have therefore also atrophied. Therefore, it can also not be recognized and understood, because it is completely illogical. Because illogic does not occur in the whole of creation and in all of its created existences, that if there were effectively a God or a creator God, there would be no God. Creator God, as the various religions and sects claim, whereby each individual religion and sect claims its own God and also names him differently, he would not be so stupid and imbecilic that he would create various religions, sects, and faiths, and despite the diversity of languages, would allow himself to be named differently than with a uniform name. It would be logical alone that only one religion with only one denomination would exist, which, moreover, would be oriented towards a single doctrine, which alone would be oriented towards the effectively recognizable, visible, and tangible reality and its truth, which can be comprehended by reason, and intelligentum. This alone would result in clear recognition, understanding, and knowledge, as well as an equally clear comprehension of all visible existence in nature, fauna, flora, and in the creation-given universe and all their reality and existential truth, and this uniformly and undoubtedly as an incontrovertible correspondence with reality. Such a faith would be oriented and recognizable for every life form in such a way that the whole could be consciously grasped, understood, implemented, and effectively utilized. However, such a religion and belief system prescribed by a God does not exist, has never existed, and will also never exist. Every religious delusion of any kind is defended absolutely vehemently in every case, one way or another, when it is brought into the field in any way. And this happens because every religious or other delusion of faith works underground in such a way that it eliminates everything that corresponds to a rational, and intelligent thought. In this way, the delusion of faith is superior to every clear, rational, and intelligent thought, and this is because the delusion of faith has a mean, subterranean, and unconsciously compelling effect on the believing human being and holds him captive, as a result of which he cannot himself ascertain it in any way, which is why he defends his delusion. He cannot fathom this because with his unclear, unneutral delusion, he cannot come to terms with reality and truth, precisely because it is bound up with his faith. Consequently, there is not a single human being who believes in religion and whose intellect, reason, and intelligentum would be above making thoughts and reflections about the effective real reality and its truth in a completely neutral and faith-free way, in order to also perceive the effective reality and its truth with reason, intellect, and intelligentum, to be able to understand and comprehend it. No religiously believing human being is capable of this, even if he has enjoyed a good school education, a higher education or university education, and has earned a doctorate or professorial title, because the deepest-seated delusion of faith prevents any healthy, free, neutral as well as reality and truth, moderate perception and understanding. Consequently, the only correct, true, and real of reality and its truth cannot be recognized and accepted in any way. Every religious, sectarian, or other belief prevents this through the forcibly acting delusion, which suppresses and stifles all understanding and every hint of reason and intelligentum, as a result of which the human being cannot attain understanding, reason, and intelligentum, and therefore continues to go through life in stupidity. Yet this term stupidity, as explained by the Plejaren scribes and linguists, which I once asked for and which I have written down here, today means something quite different from what today's end product stupidity says. The original word from the Old German was tuomanu and meant undignified, but in the course of time this term was quaffed by the language changes to the abbreviation taum, and further to tum, tuam and tum, and then to tump, and from this again to stumpf, dumpf, and dumb, which finally gave rise to the dumbheit in use today. This term stupidity, whose primordial origin meant tuomanu, that is to say undignified, was early on understood by the form tum as dull, and then as dullness, through the changes in language, and was increasingly given special meanings. This gave rise to a word value that could be expressed by a series of words of the same or similar meaning. These being related in meaning and therefore in a particular context, in relation to the greater or lesser degree of the absence of understanding, reason, and intelligentum. These word values have expanded over time, as has also the original term tuamanu, which is used today as stupidity. However, the meanings that have emerged from the original term since time immemorial, and which are still expanding today and will certainly do so in the future, encompass a whole range of meanings, such as staid, indifferent, blindly believing, simple-minded, guileless, superficial, incomprehensible, unconcerned, backwoods, naive, senseless, limited, crazy, confused, stupid, dim-witted, moronic, stupid, uncomprehending, and underexposed. And further, the following meanings are also in circulation, such as inane, foolish, unreliable, clueless, stupid, empty-headed, dumbed down, nonsensical, without sense, futile endeavor, unrighteous, insincere, unimaginative, stultified, galloping spoof, standing on the sidelines, inadequate, gullible and unthinking, etc. Well, the fact is that only a human being who is free from religion, sectarianism, or other beliefs is able to think, consider, judge, and communicate in a healthy, clear, and neutral way in relation to real reality and its truth in every righteous, good, and progressive, as well as logical or consistent and neutral way for his or her high-quality self-development. As for the stupidity that accompanies religious faith, which, however, also occurs among those of other faiths than religion and sects, this stupidity is more or less always associated with a domineering touch. And this stupidity, which is undoubtedly the case when the inner and outer nature of human beings expresses domination, power, and a desire to be more than others, creates malice, enmity, degeneration of power, and Gewalt, whereby these factors arise just as inevitably from faith as the delusion of faith itself. Religious faith does not simply remain such for itself, but, as soon as it is accepted, it develops a compelling violence that leads to delusion, which has such an encroaching effect on the consciousness of human beings that their thought-feeling world very quickly becomes so clouded and infatuated that they immediately fall prey to a reality-truth blindness and thus to delusion of faith. And if this happens, then the human being is no longer able to free himself from it and falls prey to the fear that he would be punished by a god, etc., for giving up his faith, and this in addition to the fact that he is constantly pestered subliminally, and without noticing it, by his delusion of faith, so that under all circumstances he cannot detach himself from it and free himself from it. Every small or great stupidity creates in human beings a domineering or power-seeking, many-sided behavior, and this has the property of making itself recognizable to the outside world through one or more domineering attitudes and behavior patterns. This habitus in relation to leadership in an army, in any people, in a party, in a grouping, in politics or in the family, as well as in a government, religion, or sect, leads to uncompromisingness and to stubbornly following the rules, as well as to dictatorship-like, or even real dictatorship. As a result, regulations, self-importance, and rules, as well as paragraphs, ordinances, and laws, etc., are enforced without restraint, bossily, and without regard for losses. Many human beings who are only weakly aware of their self-education in terms of understanding, reason, and intelligentum, and have only halfway or not at all acquired self-education and general education, and therefore also go through life poor in understanding, reason, and intelligentum, as a rule fall prey to a religious or sectarian delusion of faith and become dependent on it in every conceivable respect, or even become slaves to the God preachers who misinform them. The stupid, and that is the bulk of earthly humanity, do not concern themselves with learning reality and its truth, just as they also do not concern themselves with self and self-evolution in order to really become themselves. This is not done by a stupid human being who has not educated himself in terms of intellect, reason, and intelligentum, as well as in terms of knowledge, wisdom, and general education. And this includes many of the upper and top elites who exercise their primitive might in higher and higher places and harass not only their subordinates but also the people whom they should not lead but guide in righteousness and true humanity. But the majority of the people, in their stupidity, are in bondage to the stupid of the elites and acclaim them in their high and highest positions, who know how to elevate themselves as powerful over the people and direct them according to their will. The majority of the stupid people of humanity are therefore attached to and in bondage to those stupid people who, as powerful people of the upper and highest leadership elites, determine the fates of their stupid people in bondage to them, whereby they also muzzle the few righteous people, who of course also exist in the elites and strive for true and good governmental righteousness for the people, suppress them and do not accept their efforts. And this is very easy for them because they are always the majority in all elite positions and thus in the superiority. And the fact that they cheat the people through and run secret governmental machinations about which the people are not informed, and in addition mendaciously claim that democracy prevails because the stupid people are in bondage to the elites and are allowed to vote for them with strong political influence, is not realized by the stupid majority of the people, and indeed not by any people around the world. Unfortunately, among all the states on Earth, only Switzerland is an exception in this respect, which effectively has a democratic form of government. And even if it is only a semi-democracy, there is still a higher and real form of democracy through which the people can determine a great deal and not simply the government. But of which, unfortunately, it must also be said that in this various rivets are wrongly active and, with regard to the EU dictatorship, blue-eyed and, moreover, stupid. And such elements can be found in various parties, which are also represented in the government, like those elements and parts of the people who fantasize a good future in the European Union dictatorship. A dictatorship with which ignorant lunatics and dimwits flirt as simple fools and consciencelessly want to betray and sell their own homeland to a dictatorship, ruled by dictators and dictatoresses who, if it were for their personal benefit, would consciencelessly strangle their own mother and their own children. A human being who has not fallen prey to stupidity stands upright and firm in life with both feet of his own, is content, peaceful, joyful and humorous, righteous and just, but which he could only attain because he has thus protected himself from stupidity by beginning to learn a certain time after his birth, and has created for himself a steadily growing and ever-expanding intellect, as in the same way also a clear reason and an intelligentum, which place him far outside the majority of all stupid people. Such a human being, who is also aware of his fellow human beings, of nature and its fauna and flora, and who does all that is necessary, which is personally possible for him, for their welfare and treatment, consequently does not simply pass them by carelessly and indifferently, or anything else. Such a human being also never strives for domination, for might and leadership, but is always only advising, helping, instructing, guiding, and leading the way according to his own good behavior, modestly and caringly. Stupid human beings can be defined as poor in their lack of imagination. For their lack of imagination, their lack of ideas and their inability to think abstractly cause them to sink into insensibility, as well as into coldness of thought and feeling, instinctlessness, indifference, tactlessness, and effective inability to live. A human being who, as a result of his failure to learn intellect, reason and intelligentum, is addicted to stupidity, is uncreative, humorless, and unoriginal. Just as he is unable to empathize with other human beings in thought and feeling due to his lack of sensitivity, and is consequently pitiless, inconsiderate, and intolerant towards them. On the other hand, however, a stupid human being, be he stupid in a small, minor, or major way, is prone to fanaticism, obedience, and excessive enthusiasm with regard to religion, sectarianism, politics, and also sports practiced by others, as has already been mentioned. But stupid human beings are also degenerate in thought-feeling with regard to idolizing and exalting persons, especially believers in religions and sects who worship, adore, and hail their deities, saints, and gurus of all kinds. But there are also the stupid ones who hail and exalt others for their achievements and deeds, but who are themselves completely incapable of achieving anything worth mentioning, as has already been said. But there are also the stupid ones who adore dictators, politicians, kings and emperors, singers and actors to the point of self-sacrifice and allow themselves to be killed for them, and also for their fanaticism and delusion of faith. In repetition, it must be said once again that stupidity is not innate and thus not genetically acquired at birth, for the way in which it is created lies with the human being himself, because stupidity works everywhere and comes to the fore in every human being who, through the upbringing of his parents, siblings, grandparents, fellow human beings, and through the various schools and also through his very own self-education, does not endeavor to develop his own intellect, his reason, and his intelligentum. And the fact that the majority of Earth humans, which also includes the majority of the upper and highest leadership elites of the nations, with very few exceptions, acts irresponsibly in this way and learns nothing or only little of understanding, reason, and intelligentum, is paid for by all Earth humans at a very high price, because the entire Earth humans are being educated by the upper and highest elites of the governments and their vassals, as well as by the religious fanaticism of the religions and sects and their gurus and other leaderships indoctrinating the believing people with religious imbecility, leading them into wars, uprisings, terror, assassinations, ruin and destruction, exploiting them, sexually abusing them, and in many ways restricting their peace as well as their freedom and fulfillment of life. For human beings, there are numerous causes why they act stupidly, whereby these result from actions, deeds, behavior, carelessness, unkindness, hatred, falsehood, greed, as well as thought, feeling, psychic movements, and many other factors. So, in every case, stupid actions are, without exception, purely self-initiated, self-made and self-executed stupidities, for the execution and making of which some personal elements are brought up, which, strictly speaking, are lacking in intellect, unreasonable and unintelligent, and therefore form the corresponding causes, which inevitably lead to stupid actions. So in this respect too, understanding, reason and intelligentum come into effect, or rather the opposite. At every moment when a stupid action is committed, a stupid situation is created, a stupid speech is made, a belief or anything else is used or done that is not thought through and handled with reason and intelligentum. The fact is, as already explained, that human beings must acquire the use of understanding, reason and intelligentum themselves from birth and cannot inherit their logical use. And if they act stupidly, it is because they only learn more or less laxly, and thus do not acquire sufficient understanding, reason, and intelligentum. So it is also completely wrong to assume that in the course of hominization an innate part of understanding, reason and intelligentum has developed in human beings, but that this would simply not be sufficient, because there is a certain innate lack of intelligentum from the ground up, and above all the lack of imagination is important in order to awaken intelligentum. And the confused doctrine that various, partly also gender-bound talents are not sufficiently available to the necessary extent, and consequently cannot be acted upon in a purposeful and situation-appropriate manner, is nothing other than ridiculous, because fundamentally all factors are determined solely by the conscious learning of the human beings themselves. Basically, he alone determines his own learning efforts, and the level of his intellect, his reason, and his intelligentum. And this also answers the question of the measure of the maximum and optimal human intelligentum as well as its limits, because these lie in the conscious possible maximum and optimal thinking, reasoning, researching and fathoming of real reality and its truth, whereby the maximum and optimal as well as their limits are determined by the human being himself by the extent to which he consciously and through learning endeavors to advance his thought, feeling, psyche, mind, reasoning, intelligentum, conception, conditioned searching, researching, and fathoming. And this must be done consciously and unswervingly from early childhood and adolescence and also in adulthood, as well as during the whole of life. And this must be done first of all through early and later education and training, in order to learn through it, and also in adolescence through personal self-education, which must be continued and then maintained throughout life. Thus, the human being alone determines the maximum and optimum as well as the limits and the measure in relation to his personal learning of intellect, reason, and intelligentum. The fact is that human beings must be able to enjoy a clear, clean, just education free from religions, sects, philosophies, and worldviews. If, however, such factors of faith are introduced into education, then the development of understanding, reason, and intelligentum is not promoted, but completely suppressed or malformed. And this happens through false parents, grandparents, schools, faith communities, religions, sects, secret co-parents, as well as friends, traditions, philosophies, media, literature, and worldly institutions. Furthermore, scientific institutions, private, social, and military academies should also be mentioned, as well as all kinds of secret cult institutions, colleges, organizations and universities, etc., which indoctrinate their followers, but also children and juveniles, members, pupils, learners and students with false teachings or purely hypothetical nonsense far from any real reality and truth. Everywhere there is a lack of real, truthful enlightenment, instruction and education, so that the necessary educational task is not fulfilled, but, on the contrary, the human beings are led astray by nonsensical and unrealistic false teachings. And this happens because in every conceivable respect, no method of education and no teaching institution does justice to the effectively necessary teaching of the real truthful conduct of life. The reason for which is that the necessary knowledge is lacking everywhere. The public media also play an important role in this, for instead of them taking up the correct and correct teaching of the conduct of life in an instructive manner, and spreading it in an instructive manner, as it should be learned by human beings according to reality and its truth. Only murder and manslaughter, politics, religion and sectarianism, the military, war, advertising, crime, and terrorism are reported on, which often has the result that human beings are thereby animated and become addicted to the propagated things, etc., emulate them, and become copycats. And this happens because, due to all the false teachings, human beings are incapable of creating understanding, reason and intelligentum, and are consequently incapable of grasping even simple, let alone very complex correlations and foreseeing long-term consequences of their actions and behavior. This, however, has nothing to do with an ability in terms of an imaginative faculty, as psychology erroneously misleads us that imagination is the crucial point, that it is only through imagination that thinking ahead and the development of cognition and learning, etc., are possible. Basically, this psychology assertion corresponds to sheer idiocy, because every thinking ahead and development of cognition and learning is founded in a correspondingly acquired measure of knowledge and its essence, wisdom. Through these values, understanding, reason, and intelligentum are developed, and through these, in turn, the ability to combine specially recognized reality truthful facts, through which probability calculations, or an ability to calculate in advance can be created, and thus foresight can be brought about. If, however, the necessary knowledge of the real psychological connections is lacking, as is the case on a large scale with the earthly experts in psychology, although they think that they have swallowed psychology wisdom en masse from gigantic automatic feeders, then even an ignorant monkey knows that nothing clever in the way of explanations and teachings can come out of it. Contrary to the stupid assertions and false teachings of earthly psychology, etc., human beings do not lack the imagination to imagine the consequences of their stupid actions, but effectively because, as a result of wrong upbringing and wrong teaching, etc., they do not develop their intellect, reason, and intelligentum to a sufficient degree. And in this consequence, the emotions and motivations also come into play, which are created by thoughts and feelings, and which, seen against intellect, reason, and intelligentum, are not only brought to bear inadequately over a longer period of time, but effectively cause the human being to act stupidly. And this happens because, due to the lack of his decisive abilities of intellect, reason, and intelligence, he can neither move in attention, nor can he master and control himself. This is due to the fact that he is not fully awake, present, and not up to date in terms of consciousness, as a result of which he is inevitably unconsciously subject to various cognitive deceptions, which often cause him to make stupid wrong decisions, and he suffers damage. Particularly in difficult problems of any kind, but especially in the conduct of life, the human being needs the clarity of his entire cognitive ability, or the totality of all processes that are connected with the perception and recognition of reality and its truth. However, this cognitive totality can only function if a clear mind, a valuable reason, and the decisive intelligentum are present and can be brought to bear. But if this is not the case, because these high values have not been learned, have not been worked out, or have been crippled and bewitched by false education and false teachings, understanding, reason, and intelligentum are subject to hair-raising results. First and foremost, there is a religious delusion of faith, which also goes hand in hand with the idolization of gurus, sect leaders, sages, and other spiritualities, as well as with the delusion of spiritual beings, angels, saints, and of a devil and his companions, who, in the sweat of their brow, fire the poor soul furnace in hell with coal so that the poor souls who have lived fallibly in life can be roasted in agony, whereby this imbecility haunts many delusional minds. Secondly, there is the lust for power and domination, which is also accompanied by a desire for prestige and immodesty, as everything is also accompanied by a desire to show oneself off, to present oneself as a very important person, but is also a very incompetent person. Thirdly, possessiveness comes to the fore in terms of possessions, money, and wealth. Finally, it is to be said that the training of consciousness and the resulting knowledge and the following wisdom must take place solely according to reality and its incontrovertible truth, and there must be no religious or other delusional influences. Only absolute reality leads to the perception and realization of real reality and truth, and through this to inner balance, contentment, and freedom, to peace and righteousness. On the contrary, all religious and sectarian faith leads to the urge for some nonsensical fantasies, and inevitably to illusions, and to bondage and delusion of faith, which altogether cause fears of faith, inner dissatisfaction, lack of freedom, hatred and vindictiveness, as well as retaliation and deeply impaired judgment, and many other evils and disadvantages. Every delusion of faith, like stupidity, produces a lack of judgment, as well as an inertia and sluggishness of apprehension with regard to real reality and its absolute truth. Religious faith and stupidity correspond to a disease of consciousness, which also creates a serious slowness with regard to the ability to combine the available facts. As a result, also, the effective real reality and its incontrovertible truth are not perceived, not recognized, not understood, and consequently cannot be implemented and comprehended. In addition, through faith and stupidity, further causes influence the function of understanding, reason, and intelligentum, and limit their energy and power, whereby these factors lie in the area of the emotions created and stored through thoughts and feelings. In the case of religiously believing and stupid human beings, these influence their overall cognitive processes at every opportunity, whereby first and foremost a rejection of perception with regard to reality and truth is forced, but on an emotional basis also a dependence and effective bondage to the delusion of faith arises, which as a rule cannot be countered with any strength with regard to understanding, reason, and intelligentum. Consequently, there is also emotional resistance against any realities and insights, as a result of which religious, sectarian, or other religionists such as gurus, priests, clergy, and cult leaders, etc. have a very easy game with their indoctrinations and manipulations with stupid and thus also faith-prone human beings, in order to convince them of all delusion and unrealistic reality and truth alienation. The total cognitive processes are unfortunately only used in an extremely unvaluable way by the majority of the total earthly population, because this majority of earthly humanity is not accessible to intellect, reason, and intelligentum, and this is so on the one hand due to the lack of necessary efforts with regard to conscious learning, and on the other hand because there is a complete ignorance with regard to the corresponding teaching, as this is given by the teaching of the truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of the life. In fact, only a small percentage, that is to say a minority, of the entire Earth humans and their rulers as the upper and highest elites are capable of effectively using the total cognitive processes and their values consciously, correctly and successfully. And this cognitively good, correct and successful working on itself and itself in logical, that is to say, and this minority, which is working on itself cognitively well, correctly and successfully, and which is building up its own intellect, reason and intelligentum in a logical manner, and which must inevitably turn away from the stupid majority and cannot struggle with them, is unfortunately being harassed by those who are ruled by stupidity and cannot implement and achieve the good and correct things that would be of need and benefit for the whole people. And because stupidity dominates the majority of humanity through the delusion of faith caused by religions, philosophies, and worldviews, any logical progress is prevented, as well as any wise coping with real facts with regard to the perception of the unchangeable reality and its incontrovertible and non-manipulable truth. Every act of profound stupidity and religious as well as sectarian delusion of faith strangles every hint of understanding, reason, and intelligentum in the delusional human being, before also only the possibility is offered of even directly reaching an open ear of the delusional human being. Nothing can be changed or altered about this, unless the human being, possessed by and in bondage to the delusion of faith, himself comes across some reality truth factor in a compelling way that frightens him and throws him completely off his path of faith. And only through this, or in some similar way, does it raise doubts in him about his religious or sectarian delusion, and thereby cause him to search for effective reality and its incontrovertible truth, in order to then consciously turn to it in a learning manner when he has perceived and found it. And this is the solved riddle of the minority of those human beings who, far from any religious delusion, lead a healthy and normal life in worldly existence and are concerned with a good, healthy, and correct way of life, as well as with personal mental development. It is this minority of life-affirming human beings who are in themselves contented, joyful, glad, peaceful, righteous, and just, as they themselves have consciously and willingly learnt to be by their own impulse and interest, and by personal knowledge, or by instructions of the time-honored teaching of truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of life, as this was created and taught by the herald Nicodemian ages ago, but which is also given today and is taught and disseminated as spiritual teaching, and in many books and small writings by the Figu. If the majority of the human beings on earth are observed with regard to their efforts to think, then it is frighteningly evident that they have a hellish fear of their own thinking and of their own thoughts and feelings, which is much greater and more powerful than anything evil and sinister that exists on earth. Even one's own death and the possible loss of one's own fortune is much less frightening to the majority of humanity than thinking that they could sin and be punished by God if they were to deviate unintentionally from what He, God, supposedly demands of them. So the majority of the human beings on earth consider their thinking and thoughts to be revolutionary and therefore subversive and destructive to their way of life and well-being. For each individual person of the majority of earthly human beings, personal thinking and precisely with it his world of thoughts is a terrible threat as a result of his delusion of faith. Because thinking itself knows no mercy and, regardless of any threat, simply forms thoughts which under certain circumstances can be completely different from what they are intended to be. So thoughts know neither mercy nor privilege because they correspond to habits and act like institutions that function according to certain rules, as a result of which thoughts can arise that, as I said, are not wanted but are anarchistic, reckless, heretical, lawless, and indifferent to all the imaginary wisdom and love of an imaginary God. Seen in this way, the human being of Earth sees himself as a tiny, weak grain in the face of the stupid imaginary laws and recommendations of the imaginary God, which can do nothing but cover himself in profound silence so as not to harbor a false thought against the imaginary demands of his equally imaginary God. Therefore, in his fear of the alleged threats of his imaginary God, he shrouds himself in silence so as not to cause him to punish him. So he lags behind effective reality and its truth with his thinking, and simply lets them be as they are without caring about them. In this way he holds himself up proudly, remains unmoved by reality and truth, and imagines himself to be good, clever, and even a creation himself. In fact, stupidity is also involved in all this. But it inevitably means that the human being cannot bring himself under control because, as a result of his lack of education with regard to his intellect, his reason, and his intelligentum, he cannot bring himself to think and reflect, and therefore also to make the correct decision. Consequently, He becomes a slave to those who are able to think little and establish themselves as the upper or highest elite of politics, governments, and the economy, but first and foremost of religions and sects. Thinking is great, free and fast, and it is the non plus ultra or nec plus ultra, the no more and no beyond of the human beings of Earth, by which he means that he has reached the highest of his glory. Therefore, the simple and stupid human being of the majority of the human beings of the earth does it in the same way as the leading specimens of the upper and highest government elites, as well as the religionists, gurus, priests, parsons, preachers and sect chiefs, as well as all dictators, many doctors, professors, money bosses, other big VIP specimens and big mouths, etc., who simply banish every thought and every thought far into the driest desert. The elites and the rich, as a result of their religious faith and their stupidity, do not want to think out of fear because they believe that thoughts could bring them harm, as is also the case with the normal, stupid people of the majority of humanity. All of them, however, all the stupid ones of the majority of humanity, let their thinking atrophy more and more for fear of losing their goods and their fortune. And since they are also afraid of their evil morals becoming public knowledge, they are stressed by this, as well as by the fact that all their possessions could be endangered by war, crime, and terror, and they could become poorer than a desert mouse. This also makes them envious, because they suspect that the next person will steal everything from them, and that they cannot do anything about it. And this again leads to prejudices that the next person could be a thief and a cheat, etc. But the fact that all this also comes about through thinking and dark thoughts is overlooked, and the whole thing is simply buried in the shadowy realm of oblivion. However, those human beings who belong to the minority of the non-grow of the stupid, and who are not addicted to a religious delusion of faith, want to prevent their thinking and thoughts by lies, slander, missionary indoctrination, and aggressive attempts at persuasion. And in this respect, especially the religious delusionists and the religionists, gurus and cult leaders of all kinds and types are in the forefront, stupidly and verbally or violently disregarding the free thinking of those who want nothing to do with the stupidity of religious delusion. For them, real and effective reality and its truth are a catastrophe, because reality and truth represent a might that, in the long run, can destroy every religious delusion if the delusionists find the way to reality. Truth. But this wants and is to be prevented by the delusion of faith under all circumstances, whereby in this respect all religionists of all religions and sects in their soul-launching paths around the world vehemently insult reality and truth in the same way, and try with lies and deceit to hold back their religious delusionists of their religion or sect. And this is practiced in every alleged place of worship, such as in Christianity in every church, in Islam in every mosque, masjid, that is to say, masjid place of prostration, in Buddhism in every pagoda addendum, pinyin tav, stupa thupa, stupiye, tope, chedi, chorten, dagoba, pagoda, and paya, etc. In Judaism in every synagogue, that is to say, bet Knesset sign, house of assembly, house of prayer, and skola, and in Hinduism in every temple, mandira sign, house of a deity. And with this I have once said what I actually wanted to clarify a long time ago, whereby to the whole that I have brought up in my monologue, as a conclusion, the following sheet also fits exactly, which Achim Wolf beamed to me a long time ago.
The more religious a human being is, the more he believes. The more he believes, the less he thinks. The less he thinks, the more stupid he is. The more stupid he is, the easier he can be dominated. This applies to cult members as well as to the followers of the great world religions with violently intolerant truth claims. In the long run, only enlightenment can help against this. Adolf Hull. If this is your God, he is not very impressive. He has mental problems. He is so insecure that he wants to be worshipped 7 days a week. He creates human beings with faults and condemns them for them, and he has people of other faiths killed because he is afraid of them. He is a pretty poor example of a supreme being. Leonard Nimoy alias Mr. Spock, found and sent in by Aachen Wolf, Germany.
Of course, you are not such as the really stupid Earth humans want to make you out to be, which is what you were talking about before your long monologue. For those are to be judged as stupid who are without education, and in their stupidity try to bring up something against you which does not correspond to the truth. Therefore, allow me to remark for once that among the bulk of all the stupid people who senselessly populate the earth and are incapable of recognizing their stupidity and stopping their slow but sure stultification, there also belongs the glore-rich, little void and puny library worker, as you call him, from Zurich, who, together with your ex and her youngest son, viciously denigrates you worldwide through lies and slander.
Ta, my friend, I am not used to such words from you, by which I especially mean the safe dumbing down.
You are right, but I have long since realized that your use of terms and ways of speaking are more correct in describing many things than I am in using my own way of speaking and words that do not express so precisely what is actually to be expressed. Therefore, I will make an effort to use your vocabulary from now on, because I think that it will also help me to be more precise in my opinion. But what I have to say is not about that, but I have to reveal something explanatory, which should open the eyes of your adversaries for once, as you are wont to say in such and other situations. And indeed, it is the only way that through once spoken open words also your adversaries shall finally recognize, insofar as their intellect and reason and intelligentum are sufficient for this, which I doubt. However, despite my hope that as a result of their confused faith and their stupidity-induced bondage to your then-wife, they themselves have become and continue to become liars, deceivers, and slanderers. And this is indeed the case, on the one hand, by unquestioningly accepting your ex-wife's lies, deceptions, and slander as true, and on the other hand, because they also continue to spread them themselves. This also applies to all your adversaries who, in a personal way, accuse you of lies and deceit through their spitefulness, know-it-all attitude, and envy. And they do this believing the lies and slander of your ex-wife, for which she alone is responsible and vindictively bent on discriminating against you. Their mind is filled with hatred and strives, as I have personally fathomed, to make you impossible in public through inaccurate, false, confused, and lying statements as well as slanderous allegations. And in this way she thinks and acts to damage your reputation and standing, but also to undermine and damage your work and defame your morals, behavior, and actions. They also seek to degrade you as a person and also to demean and belittle your achievements. However, the way your ex-wife thinks and acts, all those who believe her lies and slander and are in bondage to her do likewise, as well as all those who have raised themselves to be your adversaries and will continue to do so. Following this, they do the same as all others and your former hateful wife herself, namely by spreading deliberately premeditated, hostile, malicious and wantonly false and maliciously imagined accusations to accuse you and your mission, your pictures and films of our flying apparatuses as fraud and lies, as well as to defame and discriminate against you, and also our contacts and conversations, which are maliciously portrayed as pure inventions of lies. Hence, derogatory speeches are made against you, which are intended to depreciatively cut off your honor, whereby you are also to be trodden in the mud by the whole public, degraded, belittled, put in a bad light, and to enter the memory of earth humans as a bad liar and deceiver. Therefore, your ex-wife and all believers who are in bondage to her and all other adversaries will try with all possible means to discredit you and bring you into disrepute, to put you in a bad light, to put evil things down to you and to make you despicable in a slanderous way. And the purpose of this is to defamingly question your morals, as well as your mentality and thus the valuable qualities of your thinking, acting, behavior, and way of life, etc., among the general public. And this should be done in order to lose the trust of your close family members and persons who are still friends with you, as well as of the core group and passive group members. And on the other hand, through lies, slander, and underhandedness. The trust in you is to be destroyed among neighbors and fellow human beings in the immediate and wider surroundings, as well as in the general public, also among human beings interested in your work, whereby you are to become a disreputable person worldwide and contact with you is to be avoided in general. Therefore, your former wife works in such a way, as also her believers indoctrinated by her do to denigrate and discredit you with lies, slander and vituperation everywhere where you can be dragged through the mud and smeared, put down, devalued, and blackened.
Man, you have really got something with your new way of speaking. My compliments, my friend.
You are a good teacher, but it is really necessary for you to put yourself into the necessary, to write down everything and also to make it public what I have said and further still explain, whereby, moreover, it is desired and recommended by all of us that you finally also publicly disseminate something of what corresponds to the background facts with regard to the public lying and slanderous facts by which you are denigrated. It should finally be made clear to the public that such human beings, who against all reality and truth appear against you as liars and slanderers, are nothing more than pathetic, stupid, and character-damaged elements, whose intellect, reason, and intelligentum show the most serious deficiencies. And this is so, even if they want to give themselves the appearance of being educated and clever to the outside world, or even if they carry academic titles by which, however, they reveal all the more their stupidity and inability to form their own reasonable opinions and make their own decisions. It is also to be said that the origin and cornerstone of the whole thing is to be defined as compulsive pathological lying, and thus anchored in an uncontrolled antisocial personality disorder, which is why no remorse is caused in the originator. But this lack of conscience also occurs in the lies and slander of all imitators who, in their incapacity with regard to their own reflections, their false formation of opinion, self-decision, and their false behavior, unhesitatingly fall prey to faith as well as unthinkingly to the fantastic pseudologically fantasized lies, deceit, and slander of the lying and slandering originator and accept everything as truth. This, however, corresponds to the clear fact that these human beings suffer from a serious lack of intellect, reason, and intelligentum. But what is to be explained with regard to the encounter between Calliope and me is based on the fact that she was not able to come to terms with our meeting in the living room. And this is also because through our encounter she suddenly became terribly clear and aware that your contacts with us Playerin are reality. She often doubted this, although she was able to observe my daughter Simyase's flying apparatus several times and also hear its loud noises, as was also possible for other core group members and other persons who were allowed to be present at demonstrations, etc. at that time. Our meeting in the living room also made it clear to her that we will always stand helpfully behind you, which caused her problems because she also became aware that we knew very well that she was constantly lying to you and deceiving you. Just as her articles, with all their statements, explanations, and explanations praising you only corresponded to well-considered and purposeful lies and hypocrisies. She may have thought up these articles herself, but she did not draft or write them herself, because at that time she had only a poor command of the German language, both verbally and in writing. She then asked Christina, etc., to write the corresponding articles for the Aquarian magazine. Christina, in particular, held you and your attitude and your whole behavior in high esteem. Consequently, she composed and wrote everything herself according to her own sense, assuming that Calliope was also of the same sense, although in truth this was exactly the opposite. However, in your wife's false assumption that she could hide her true mind and dishonest actions from you, she felt safe and also confided her true intentions to Martin Sorde and his friend Mara, also handing over partially burnt slides to the man, which had been caused by the carelessness of Mrs. G, whom you psychologically cared for at the request of the municipal administration and the social worker from T, and restored her confidence in life. I know that she bumped into the table in your workroom and unintentionally pushed down the slides lying on it, which fell into the glowing oven and were singed, but which you were still able to take out of the smoldering coal before the final burning. About which, however, Calliope fabricated lies in the way that she had observed you burning bad, falsified slides. These singed slides, which you had saved from the fire, however, she stole from you, which is why you could no longer find them when you wanted to give them to Professor, who was interested in them. She then gave these singed slides to Martin Sorge, who, as a photographer, could still use them and produced photo forgeries with them, which he then used for a calendar. But she did not know that my daughter Simyase and also Quetzal and I kept you informed about everything. But you still behaved fairly towards her, kept silent, pretended to be ignorant and never let on anything, which was not easy for you, and to which I want to say that we all respected you particularly much in this respect. I also agreed that if we had had to be in your place, we could not possibly have understood all your behavior. Everything required your great experience of life, for without it the whole thing would also have been impossible for you. Even today, the three of us, when we come back to these events again and again, cannot explain how you were able to get through and cope with everything. And you were able to do so, although in the end, and already at the center, you were so psychologically devastated by all their malice and deceitfulness, lies and slander, that you only stayed alive through an extremely quick reaction and movement of Ava's hand. After which the intervention of my daughter Simyase also did what was necessary for you to regain your power. But if I now say something again about the encounter between Calliope and me, it is that through our meeting in the living room she saw her skins swimming away. As you once said, because it is still to be said that she constantly cherished thoughts of gaining financial wealth through you and thus of being able to become very wealthy. But during all the years of your marriage, she was not able to understand why you had no interest in wealth and also never will have. Because since your juveniles, it was never in your mind to accumulate financial wealth in order to lead a rich life. So your honesty was also repugnant to her, and therefore also your actions in the relationship. That you were not only very well versed in financial values, but were also thrifty and, moreover, honestly used all the financial means you received in the correct way and did not pursue any personal enrichment. She did not know that you had put up your own financial means for the establishment of the center, for the realization of the mission and for the production of the books, etc., and thus the majority of all financial expenses. Just as she also did not appreciate that you wanted to make an effort for the education of the children. That is why she always attacked you viciously, not only verbally but also physically and very dangerously on several occasions, when you wanted to take care of the upbringing, as a result of which she alone had the power over it, and miseducated her own extremely poor experience in this respect, which then also took its revenge and led to two of the children being indoctrinated in such a way that they became attached to her and separated themselves from you, and today go their dubious ways far away from you. In a very pleasing way, however, your son Atlantis Socrates, after long years of severe dejection and problems, has found his way into life, enjoys together with his wife a good marriage, a generally healthy independence, formation of opinion and conduct, as well as with regard to righteous behavior. This is particularly astonishing after all that he had to endure as a result of the wrong upbringing in his juveniles, for it took a great deal of reappraisal, energy and strength for him to become what he is capable of doing today in his attitude and behavior, in the formation of his opinions, in his interests, and in his decisions and actions, etc. And in this respect, as in other things, I cannot help but say that the longer, the more he seems to me like the image of your person, and that is something that pleases me very much. And when I think of that...
Thanks, Ptah. Excuse me if I interrupt you, because I somehow just cannot help but say something. Namely that it is also for me a great, even huge joy, and much more. In fact, it is so that I did not dare to hope that, well, I am very grateful that everything has turned out so well, and so happily. All the evil and vile, all the lies, slander, and everything else bad of my ex, I have completely digested and forgotten for some time now, and I have had a tremendously valuable support for this from Ava in particular, which I can quite openly shout out into the world if it must be that all that you have said must be an official public necessity.
You interrupted me, but I can sympathize with what moves you, which I can also understand very well. But I wanted to say the following, and when I think of how tirelessly you went along despite your health problems, but nevertheless, in addition to all the nasty troubles, you took on many heavy tasks and did them in a manual and also in a written way, then this was more than just amazing. You also needed a lot of knowledge of various crafts, which you had to acquire during your life, as my father Svath had advised you to do, which you also wisely began in your early youth and continued in all the following years, as a result of which it became possible for you to do what you have just done, namely to build up the center, whereby you did the main work in terms of craftsmanship and knowledge and...
That's good, my friend, that's enough, because I also have to say a word about that, because I was not the only one who did the work. Many others also used their strength and worked hard, even if they were not skilled and not trained in the trades, and could only help by doing odd jobs. But through all their help, they all learned a lot and also helped me immensely so that the center could be built. If I had not had all their help, I would have been completely lost, just as the plan to build the center would have fallen through and could not have been realized. And honestly, I have to say that my ex, despite all the terror she directed against me and almost drove me to my death, also worked and achieved a lot, as did everyone else. First and foremost Elsie Moser. Jacobus, Bernadette, Engelbert, Hans Benz, and Marcel Hurt, but also Olgi Walder, Dorit Strobel, Margaret Rose, Margaret Flammer, Claire Frey, and many others who unfortunately died or left. Of all of them, unfortunately only Jacobus and Bernadette are still alive, and that in the center, except for Olgi in Zurich. Although at the age of 93 and with their severe walking difficulties, they are only in contact with us in the center in writing and by telephone, and therefore can no longer come here. The two Schutzbach brothers were also very helpful in setting up the center, as were also Margaret, Renato, Maria and Mitcho, Dr. Fraud, Dr. Meier, as well as various others later on, and Madeleine, Silvano, Freddy and Hans-Georg, Filia, Stefan, Gunther, Andrea and Wolfgang, etc., who did very valuable work. And as far as written work is concerned, there have also been various persons who have been helpful to me, especially in answering letters, which in the early years numbered several thousand, but which I was unable to do because of my manual work. Consequently, some secret helpers from outside took over the letter answering from me, but I was not allowed to talk about it, because no one was allowed to know about it. Not even our group members, especially because of my ex-wife, because it was to be feared that this action would have led to mischief, as your daughter Simyase had explained. That was also the reason why I was not allowed to say anything to the group members either. The silence also had to be because there were some well-known persons among them, but they have all died in the meantime, which is why today I can openly mention some names, but still have to conceal others. So I can only mention a few that I am allowed to, such as Wendell Stevens, who answered the letters for the USA, also Reverend, whom I got to know during my time as a trade representative and often had long conversations with him, where he was fully on my side and made an effort to answer the letters that came from religious people. It was also the same with Pastor Professor Burnett. Margaret Rufer and Lou Zinstag also made an effort to answer letters, as did Physics Professor. Today, Marianne Willinger works outside the center mainly for correction work, as well as for the production of writing, etc., as do passive members who write articles, although many also come to the center and lend a hand with various tasks. But to do justice to my ex, which you mentioned, I also have to say that my dear ex was really completely taken aback by her encounter with you. With the help of someone, she also wrote a short article about your encounter and talked about it again and again for months, because she was somehow completely taken aback by the encounter with you. But that changed when she got involved with my various adversaries. The chief cult preacher from Ruti, the magazine critic from Basel, the fraudster from Ticino who misused my photos for supposedly his own observations, etc., as well as the guy from the USA, etc., and all this because she was able to push herself into the foreground and present herself pompously with lies and slander in newspapers, magazines, and on television. And I was also able to convince my until then dear friend Herbert R. from Munich to enmity against me through lies and deceit. But how he could become a slave to her, he also still visits her at her place of residence in Thurgau, is a mystery to me, because he was often present when contacts were made, etc., after he had seen, experienced, and learned for himself that everything was above board. Well, in any case, she suddenly denied everything and described your encounter as a hallucination. But she could not cope with the whole thing, because for about 3 or 4 months, she kept waking up in the night and talking in her sleep about your encounter in the living room. Obviously, your encounter had sunk in quite deeply for her, and after 2 or 3 months, her behavior changed more and more and became visibly more spiteful, more false, and more malicious. And then she began to accuse me publicly in a slanderous way of fraud and deceit concerning my photos and our contacts. And this has continued ever since, especially after the divorce, whereby for some time now, it may already be 2 years ago now, she has also been spreading hatred and lies on the internet with the glue, a rich bookkeeper, who is full of hate, because neither you nor I respond to his conceits regarding Darwin and co., but reveal that the latter was a fraud and filed monkey bones in order to prove that human beings were descended from monkeys. And when she then cowardly ran away, after she had also had our 2 sons put into homes behind my back, I filed for divorce. Of course, she could not cope with that, so in her hatred of me, which she harbored because I had found out about her various irregularities and lies, she spread her slander uninhibitedly, increasingly and more mendaciously, with the help of her billy enemies lying at her feet, etc., all over the world via Mysteries Magazine, TV programs, and the internet. I also want to say something about the building of the center and the work done, and I cannot say this enough, because everything could only come about because all the core group members and passive members worked very diligently and pulled together in every respect and gave their best. And this was true of all the women and men without exception, because without their tremendous commitment, the whole process of building the center and building the mission would never have succeeded. And it must also be said that practically all those who had worked on the entire construction and the mission with regard to the manual and administrative work, as well as all other work, had no or only little knowledge or experience, but nevertheless always gave their best. And this is still the case today, even though everything has become easier and there is no longer so much heavy work to be done as there was during the construction phase. Although there is still a lot of work to be done today, which is likely to remain the case, it is no longer as strenuous as it was during the many years of the construction phase. But the fact that it is no longer like it was then does not mean that the workload has become less. Because now that we are already active worldwide and FIGU groups exist in various countries, the written and verbal work and everything related to it is growing more and more. And because we do not have enough core group members who could cooperate on the one hand, and who also need to have certain qualifications for certain tasks on the other, it is up to the few of us to do more and more work, whereby our women in particular are the ones who suffer, if I may say so. This is precisely because the women, especially Eva, Bernadette, Barbara, Daniela, Elizabeth, Madeline, as well as our 2 Karen and also Bridget, are the only ones who have the necessary qualifications to do all the work required for the completion of the main tasks relating to bookkeeping, typing, looking after the feathered fowl, cooking, gardening, housekeeping, preparing the post, correction work, correspondence, and various other things. Unfortunately, we only have Marianne away from home, but she also has a lot to do with correction work. Of course, all the men are also responsible for certain tasks and work according to their abilities, such as in relation to forestry management, printing work, environmental maintenance, garden preparation, renovation and maintenance work, computer work, some correction work, feather flock enclosure and feather flock care, etc., etc.
It is very busy all around, I know. But it is also admirable how you few persons manage to do everything. Because if everything is considered that corresponds to your tasks, then it is much more than your short lists suggest. And while you keep quiet about it, W.
Please not again, because it...
Good, but it should be said.
No, I do not agree with that. So I would like to talk about something else now, and first ask a question about the precedent diagram. Namely, have you found out what this term means and where it comes from or who created it?
Florina and Anjana, after their return, tried to find out the originator of the term precedence diagram and what it means. Their efforts have revealed that this term is a description of project management for management consultancies, etc. And according to their research, the originator is said to be a university professor, doctor, and engineer, Christopher Mark Schlick. But this cannot be said with absolute certainty. Indeed, it was possible that this man had only used the term in a public manner, but that the authorship was otherwise.
Thanks, also to the two girls, but I will tell them myself. But then I want to bring the speech back to something else, namely that you recently said that those responsible for the state in the EU dictatorship, Germany and the USA, are working underground to continue to portray Russia as an evil state, as well as to denigrate Putin as an evil man and disturber of the peace. This is precisely in the hope of provoking Putin into rash actions and evoking a mood of war. This new agitation against Russia, and thus, of course, above all, against Putin, is a long-standing phenomenon in the Western states, and it is the result of a completely idiotic, groundless hostility towards Russia that originates solely in the Western states. Can you say something about that?
Also, what is happening again with regard to the agitation against Russia, and which is being deviously directed by the Western states to provoke Russia, and thus, of course, Putin, to the point of extremely serious imprudence, is based on finding a reason to use weapons and thus to be able to start a war. This is about the hegemonic behavior of the EU dictatorship as well as that of the United States of America, whereby certain leaders of Germany also want to get involved, who, like the government strata of the USA and the EU dictatorship, are under the delusion that they have to dominate many states and even the whole earth. And when unwise state leaders and peoples reach out to the EU dictatorship to do so, they commit treason against their homeland, lose it at the same moment to the dictatorship, and are politically annexed. Especially the large territorial Russia with its resources plays the most important role, because if this could be brought into their possession by the Western states, namely through annexation and thus through armed conflicts, acts of war and underhand Secret Service activities, etc., then the entire West would profit and the whole of Russia would be flooded with Western immigrants and exploited. Such plans have secretly existed in Germany from time immemorial and were also carried over by the early emigrants to early America, where they have been secretly perpetuated ever since and are constantly used to denigrate Russia, to make her out to be the enemy and to malignantly incite the Western peoples against Russia. This, however, has always created hatred against Russia in the Western populations, whereby they were deliberately misled by those in power, which in the Nazi Empire also led to the Russian campaign, which fortunately failed, and also because this meant that the USA was also unable to implement its plans to dominate Russia in reality. Nevertheless, the United States of America and Germany, as well as the EU dictatorship and its vassal states influenced by it and under its thumb, will not rest and will continue to maintain their hostility towards Russia and will continue to try and do everything to provoke Russia and bring it to a big war. Their old established hatred and enmity and greed for the territories of Russia are deep-rooted and will also cause much mischief in the future. This is what I want to say in short words to your question.
Then something else. Again, a new attempt is being made to force the Swiss population into a new weapons law, about which you have said something that should actually also be mentioned in a public conversation. I am referring to your explanation of the background to the new attempt by the EU dictatorship to restrict the possession and purchase of weapons in the private sector in Switzerland, whereby all the Swiss who are scared shitless cannot think ahead in their stupidity to what the EU dictatorship is trying to achieve. These stupid people, who exist not only among the people but also in the government, actually think that stricter gun laws, according to the EU dictatorship in Switzerland, would lead to fewer crimes being committed with firearms, which could not be more illusory. This crazy thought and this crazy statement alone prove that the persons who think this kind of nonsense are incapable of judging things and problems. Under certain circumstances, this can still be halfway understood by certain people among the common people, because they are not educated enough. But the fact that such people are also functioning in the government, who obviously lack the necessary education in terms of understanding, reason, and intelligentum, which clearly shows the level of stupidity and unreasonableness, is extremely alarming. This is precisely because these people are called by the people to govern themselves in the country, which they quite obviously cannot do.
Then I will come back to this and expose the true background that lurks in everything. Firstly, it is to be said that the leadership of the EU dictatorship, which I call leadership because Nazi-like traits were already shown in its creation, is steadily developing more and more in a Nazi-like manner in the present time. However, the fact that those who are responsible for the state and the people of Switzerland, who naively want to integrate their homeland into the EU dictatorship, are already bordering on betrayal of their homeland and its peace, freedom, and neutrality. Also, certain treaties with the dictatorship, stupidly and irresponsibly as well as insufficiently considered, concluded by Swiss state representatives, are not compatible with Switzerland's neutrality, but put it under duress to fulfill the dictatorship's demands. And this coercion is based on the threat that the Schengen Treaty will be terminated for Switzerland, which offers some advantages for Switzerland, its population and economy, etc., but which is also deviously drafted in such a way that Switzerland will have to bind itself more and more to the dictatorship and lose more and more of its independence if new demands for dictatorship coercion keep breaking in on Switzerland. Even at the beginning of the Schengen Treaty, Switzerland recognized and signed the treaty, even though those responsible were incapable of understanding the real meaning of individual underhand clauses. And this also happened in the respect that, from the beginning of the negotiations, the Lisbon Treaty was also not consulted and not taken into account, by which the death penalty was again established in the treaty, which in the end, if Switzerland, through stupidity and irresponsibility on the part of those responsible for the state, becomes more and more contractually entangled in the coercive demands of the EU dictatorship and loses its state autonomy. And this will happen if Switzerland continues to submit to the subterranean terror-like Gewalt and coercive demands of the ever-new and ever more coercively binding Switzerland into the EU dictatorship yoke. With regard to the EU dictatorship itself, it is already the case that it is visibly developing in a way that was peculiar to the Nazi Empire. But this is obviously not perceivable by all those EU rejoicers of the EU supporters in Switzerland, who are limited in consciousness, ignorant and inferior in terms of intelligentum, and therefore stupid and also naive. And unfortunately, these ignorant people are not alone, because there are also ignorant persons in the direct government circles whose intellect, reason, and intelligentum are not so developed that they would recognize the real facts and insidiousness of the EU dictatorship. So they also do not realize that the dictatorship's intention is to finally include Switzerland, which until now has still been free. but which is no longer completely independent, but which is already under the EU dictatorship's thumb through partly unfair agreements, through the stupidity of the Swiss supporters of both sexes. And this is because the supporters are incapable of seeing through the underhanded machinations of the EU dictators who, by constantly introducing new laws and regulations, etc., are increasingly restricting the rights of the states and their populations, as has also happened with the new weapons law, and is being accepted unthinkingly by all those incapable of thought and consideration, as we have fathomed before. And with regard to these and other restrictions, there are already subterranean and insidious ambitions of the EU dictatorship to curtail the universal Declaration of Human Rights established on the 10th of December 1948 by the General Assembly of the United Nations with regard to freedom of opinion and expression, and ultimately to dissolve it completely. In this respect, the idea is that the people should not be allowed to rise up verbally against the EU dictators, but should be punished in case of violation, up to the accusation of treason, which should then be punished with the death penalty decided in Lisbon. And should this secret planning, which already exists in certain minds, actually come about, then a disaster of unparalleled proportions will result from it. The new weapons law referred to is surreptitiously intended to be only a further step for later and new demands, which in the future are to be directed more and more towards finally and surreptitiously completely disarming the entire peoples of Europe in their private sphere. This is clear, on the one hand as a result of the cowardly fear of the dictatorial EU leadership that the peoples might rise up and take armed action against individual ones of them, but on the other hand in order to ensure that no persons, groups, and organizations, etc., could carry out armed attacks against the EU dictatorship leadership itself. This is because the dictatorship leadership rightly fears that uprisings and rebellions could arise from the population and that the dictators could be attacked and killed, although this is already threatening not only in their direct sphere, but also with regard to the leaderships of the EU dictatorship member states, because in their populations there is already an increasingly widespread discontent that will degenerate. And this discontent, which has been spreading among the populations for some time now, on the one hand in the dictatorship, but on the other hand also against the leaders of their own countries, and which is becoming stronger and stronger, is fueling hatred against those in power, and will ultimately lead to acts of murder and destruction. And that this is true will be proven in the near future, for which I will mention 2 or 3 events that will take place in Europe, as we have investigated. So it will come about that in Germany, the first politician will be shot, and also the whole German party and government system will be thrown into turmoil and hatred, and the like will arise among the party members, as in former times. There will also be changes of leadership, but rebellion and discontent as well as unrest will increase far and wide in the populations and cause more and more hatred, which will not only affect the governments but also people of other faiths, such as believers in Jews and Islam, but also the masses of refugees from the southern countries. And these will be met with particular hatred when it becomes known that most of them were wealthy in their home countries and had to pay large sums of money to those who helped them to flee, so that, as a rule, only the wealthy were able to finance their flight and will continue to be able to do so, whereby the German Chancellor, in her lack of conscience, is responsible for the whole refugee disaster. It is also to be said that in Europe there are also government overthrows, as will be built up and brought about in Austria in the near future due to intrigue. But discontent and hatred against the government leaders will also break out in other states and bring them into turmoil, which will also lead to many deaths among the population and security forces in the coming times. Now I have to talk about the EU dictatorship again, because I have to mention that there are already secret, but not yet finalized plans to build an EU dictatorship army, against which, however, the dictatorship peoples could offer armed resistance if this should become reality. However, such resistance is now to be nipped in the bud by the fact that the populations of all states belonging to the EU dictatorship are to be banned from the private possession of weapons by the new weapons law in the course of the coming period through increasingly restrictive laws and measures. This is out of fear that if weapons were to remain in private possession, it would have to be feared that EU enemies from the EU dictatorship citizenships, emerging as lone fighters or as groups or organizations, would take action against this EU army. The demands in the new Weapons Act correspond in the long run to just as well-directed and insidious underhanded measures, which are to be realized in the course of time for the benefit of the EU dictatorship, as also the so-called Framework Treaty with Switzerland. However, the fact that those responsible in the states that have to decide on these matters are absolutely incapable of grasping the effective facts in a far-sighted manner is demonstrated by all their wrong decisions and misjudgments, which are causing more and more restrictions on freedom for the populations of all states. The proposal that weapons in the possession of private individuals should be banned, therefore, has on the one hand the aforementioned background. But on the other hand, it is also claimed and lied about that a ban on weapons is intended to bring crime and crimes with weapons to a standstill. Such a weapons ban, as also demanded by Switzerland, which is not a member of the EU but by the EU dictatorship, and which will be put to the vote in this way, cannot be supported in any way. Only the Swiss population itself could create a good and expedient regulation for its own country by means of an electoral provision, and only in such a way that, on the one hand, each person himself voluntarily accepts a renunciation of any weapon if he has no need of one. A reason for owning a weapon as a collector's item or as a souvenir for any understandable reason should be laid down by law and allowed to persons of integrity, while the purchase of weapons should also only be allowed to persons of absolute integrity if they can be shown to be neither criminal, psychopathic, nor morally, emotionally, or otherwise unpredictable. Consequently, a logical solution should be sought with regard to the private possession of weapons, and not a general ban on weapons should be imposed. This is not at all in the manner of the EU dictatorship, which wants to demand a general ban on weapons for the peoples in order to secure absolute rule over its affiliated peoples by means of its own army, which is envisaged later. If these peoples, if they consent to the criminal ban on weapons demand of the EU dictatorship, could lose all independent rights of possession of weapons also with regard to their own state. This will also threaten Switzerland if the fools of the responsible rulers, as well as the fools of the Swiss people, who adhere to the EU dictatorship and live under the delusion that EU membership would be advantageous for Switzerland, do not change their minds, which, on the contrary, would ultimately lead to great horror. And the fact that Switzerland, as a free and neutral state, has so far entered into binding contractual obligations with the EU dictatorship at all, is not only incomprehensible and criminally stupid and naive, but also dangerous for the continued existence of Switzerland in terms of its independence, freedom, internal and external peace, and the right to make its own decisions and act on its own behalf. Another inescapable factor of a private weapons ban would inevitably be that both privately by righteous persons, but especially by criminals and violent criminals, more illegal weapons would be sought and acquired, whereby inevitably also an uncontrollable and flourishing criminal black market trade would come about, and mischief would result. This, in addition to other unpleasantness which such a weapons ban would cause, as such a ban is demanded by stupid persons in Switzerland who are very much inferior in intellect, reason, and intelligentum, because in their naivety, in their lack of understanding, and in their incapacity of a personally far-sighted prudence and far-sightedness, they are just as absolutely incapable as well of a clear thinking and logical thinking and judgment of an important matter.
Exactly. That's what you said harshly in our conversation, even though all the stupid and naive feel offended by it. Precisely because they are stupid and naive and, therefore, do not want to accept the truth of your explanations, and will call us offensive and unjust because their intelligentum as well as their intellect and reason are not sufficient to grasp reality and its truth.
That will unquestionably be so.
English translation, 718th Contact Part 2, Monday the 8th of April 2019, 20:07 hours.
Then I guess that says it all in that regard, though I still have a question about what you think about the insane digitalization that is becoming more and more rampant around the world.
In the way digitalization is being pushed and abused, Earth humans are making themselves superfluous and ultimately the hunted. From the delusion of digitalization, and it is indeed such a delusion, an artificial intellect is being driven up. And this intellect will one day seize total power and possibly exterminate Earth humans, if they have not already done so themselves through their overpopulation and all the destructive machinations that result from it. And that under certain circumstances also a vicious war destroying half or the whole Earth can arise from digitalization. That can be possible, because this danger really exists, starting as usual from the USA. Our investigations have shown that the irresponsible American President Trump wants to prevent China from surpassing the USA in terms of digitalization, and thus from becoming stronger than the USA in every other respect, if necessary by means of evil Gewalt. In this respect, a Cold War between the USA and China is in the pipeline due to the behavior of the confused and mad man Trump on his part, which is already leading to emerging problems in purely political terms, not only between the USA and China, but also in Europe, where Trump will in the near future scurrilously interfere more and more in the politics of the EU dictatorship, as well as of Germany and England, etc., and turn the populations against himself.
Thanks for all the explanations. But now I have here this article which deals with the research work of Professor James Deardorff, a professor and religious scholar who has studied and taken apart the Talmud. The article was written by Michael Horn, USA.
Did Billy Meier hoax the Talmud Emmanuel? By Michael Horn, USA.
Let's take a look at two similar stories, supposedly published about 1,964 years apart. The most familiar story is the book of Matthew. From the New Testament NT, and the lesser-known one is the Talmud Emmanuel, TJ, first published by Billy Meier in German in 1978 and then in English in the 1980s. Before we concern ourselves if either one is a true story, let's consider some other aspects and questions. In doing so, we want to view them both as stories that purport to involve real historical events. It must be noted that while the NT involves a person called Jesus Christ, arguably the most well-known figure, for the last 2,000 years, there is little to no other evidence that a person with that name actually ever existed. There are no actual biographies of Jesus Christ ever written by the numerous biographers who existed at the referred to time period, in the overall region where the events were said to have taken place. There are references and evidence that other personages mentioned in the NT did exist, but it seems that the name Jesus Christ doesn't really appear contemporaneously, but only decades later. Further, the NT, while believed by many people, has many supernatural, mystical elements that defy logic, known laws of science, etc. While such liberties are taken in terms of other deified personages in various religions, etc., respected historical records aren't known to include them. Of course, history itself is subject to many questions, and it's frequently pointed out that history is written by the victors. Perhaps it can be also said that religions are created by those with the abilities, power, and position to fashion events and people, according to their own liking as well, based on real or fictitious events, people, etc. The fact that the NT can more easily be regarded as a story than a history creates other problems, as the TJ could be regarded as simply another version of the same story, and also not any kind of reliable history. But let's also remember that the majority of human history, as we know it, has been handed down not in modern digital format, but in written form, often redacted, edited, altered, etc., as well in oral tradition, leaving a lot of room for distortions as well as outright fabrications. Even in more modern times, with all sorts of recording devices, cameras, etc., disagreements about differing versions and interpretations of events are not uncommon. Enter James Deardorff. The TJ caught the attention of James Deardorff, a professor and religious scholar who decided to debunk it because he believed it had to be a hoax. Instead, he found that it resolved over 300 inconsistencies that existed in the book of Matthew. Even if we are not scholars, we can see that Deardorff was impressed with the TJ text and took an immense amount of time and effort to diligently research and note the details. One isn't required to accept the largely religious notion of sinners. For example, to appreciate the far less judgmental description of ignorant http://tdresearch.info, which may well be both more accurate and acceptable in describing a stratum of society in what were rather primitive times. It would have required very thoughtful consideration to change a negative religious term to one that only described thinking capacity, something not likely to be done by someone rushing to falsify a religious document. Why would someone be so diligent and concerned about accuracy if they were trying to further perpetuate or capitalize on a religious hoax? As Deardorff points out, in forming an opinion of how genuine the TJ is, it is important to keep in mind that if one starts with a document that is genuine and consistent, the effect of errors in translation and editing is to introduce inconsistencies. Correcting the errors then eliminates these inconsistencies or contradictions. Means, motive and opportunity. Referring again to the ease with which the singular authenticity of Meier's UFO evidence can be proven, the extent to which Deardorff went in his documentation, especially in relation to all the resolved inconsistencies, speaks also to the even more immense amount of time-consuming work that Meier would have had to have gone through to hoax far less initially attractive evidence, which may prove to ultimately be far more important than the UFOs, extraterrestrials, etc. Further, the TJ has in no way garnered anywhere near the attention of Meier's UFO evidence, nor has there been any attempt to publicize it as broadly by Meier. Taking into account that Meier is known to be an outspoken opponent of religions, etc., we would have to ask if it seems reasonable that he would have taken the amount of time necessary to address the several hundred known and not known inconsistencies and then compose texts that would resolve the inconsistencies to the satisfaction of a religious Bible scholar, but then never point these out himself. After such a significant labor, before or after Deardorff had commented on them. Assuming that Meier had the opportunity to proceed with such an undertaking, we come back to the question of motivation. The most logical assumption would be that someone coming forward with a completely new narrative, dismantling The foundational elements of one of the world's major religions would be motivated in some way to try to assume its power, followers, wealth, etc., quite possibly tying it in with and trying to capitalize on his UFO evidence as a way to legitimize claiming a special status as a cult leader, new religious figure, etc. But where's the payoff for demystifying the story and de-deifying the central figure? Let alone inserting 17 previously never heard of female disciples and the supposedly celibate central figure's marriage to an Indian woman, no less, and fathering numerous descendants. High levels of delusion are not unknown among the leaders and members of various religions, cults, sects, offshoot religions, etc. But Meier stands in stark contrast to these, not only in his own reclusive life, but in the complete absence of any evidence that he's ever courted such a position. Cult following, wealth, power, etc., despite the numerous and completely unfounded and unsubstantiated claims to the contrary. So, why would Billy Meier, the man who has just brought the most important story in all of science and human history to the world, with its independently authenticated UFO films, photos, video, metal samples, sound recordings, etc., and which has already brought many attempts on his life and even on his children's lives, want to make additional claims that would only further infuriate religious and non-religious people alike, including those who might otherwise support the authenticity of his contacts with extraterrestrials. As for James Deardorff, why would a religious scholar come to endorse the authenticity of the TJ over the so-called holy book that he believes in? By standing behind the authenticity of the TJ and claiming that it is the original and real document upon which the Book of Matthew was based, not only does Deardorff reject his own core religious beliefs, but he does so in favor of a document that itself demystifies the entire matter and presents it as a historical event and not the NT fairy tale replete with nonsensical, supernatural, mystical mumbo-jumbo. Could it be possible that the TJ contains the original, non-mystical, non-supernatural historical narrative of events and teaching surrounding a real flesh and blood human being? If we view the TJ as such a narrative, absent all of the supernatural aspects of the NT version, is it possible that the original story and text was indeed falsified and manipulated by people who sought power and control through creating a godlike man out of the human being referred to in the TJ? Would it even be the first or last time that the life of a person or various events were falsified to create a myth, following, etc.? Would the TJ be considered heretical, controversial, etc., if it existed on its own, without the existence of, and comparison to, the NT? Whatever one may think of the TJ as a historical document, there's certainly nothing in it that begs belief in supernatural events, the raising of the dead, various unlikely miracles, etc. Perhaps now we can not only understand and truly appreciate James Deardorff's conclusions, but also his honesty and courage in presenting them.
I find what Michael Horn presents in this paper very good, as well as Professor Deardorff's descriptions, explanations, and statements in his book. I find all the work of Michael Horn concerning our contacts, as well as explanations, and our conversations, and again also the mention of the spiritual teachings, very good and important. However, I think that he should be a little more active with regard to the teachings, because these matters in particular are very significant and of the greatest importance, and should therefore also be spread among all Earth humans. However, What he does in any case in terms of the overall achievements of our contacts and also of the teaching contexts is to be recognized as an extraordinarily valuable achievement and is also worthy of thanks on my part, which you will please convey to him.
I will gladly do that and convey your thanks to him. But now I have an article on salmon, which is reported to contain dementia-causing substances, such as E324. If you would like to read it and then tell me what you think.
The beautiful, beautiful salmon ethoxyquin and other dementia-causing substances. Consumer Protection, Home, News, Altenstadt and der Nidda, Public Welfare, by Dr. Angela Fogel.
In the time between Christmas and Easter, we all like to eat fish. There is carp on the table on Christmas Day, or delicious bright orange salmon in every conceivable preparation. If you look at the shelves of the supermarkets and discounters, almost always sold out. Sales are as brisk as the substances that are supposed to protect the fish. Meat from decay are unknown. For example, ethoxyquin E and its degradation product ethoxyquin dimer. Never heard or read that? But sure, believe it or not. At least if you are one of those buyers who also read the information on the packaging from time to time. Ethoxyquin has the food authorization number E324. But who knows that? And you certainly couldn't make sense of it either. You consoled yourself. You thought there was a clever mind behind that number too. E324 won't harm me or my family. Would this number be there otherwise? And you took it, as did I. The rude awakening comes later. Tricks of the trade. Antioxidants, labels on packaging and food approval numbers promise safety. Unfortunately, they are wrong. They play on our trust and abuse our constant lack of time to cope with our increasingly difficult daily lives between household, taking care of the family, school, kindergarten, authorities, cleaning, ironing, long-distance trips to the shops, and our constant efforts to earn halfway enough money for our living. Again, when we were shopping, we did not think about the fact that the classifications, that bans and permits for applications of replicated chemical substances in the field, in aquacultures, in the food and packaging industry are often only a question of the respective lobby power of the manufacturers and users. And of course, it is also a question of the receptiveness of government or EU Commission members, members of Parliament, public authorities, and ministerial bureaucracies. There, on their floors, the preferred form of address has long been the confidential you. One thing above all is certain here, namely, the gentlemen keep to themselves. We, Gretel Müller and Manny Normal, certainly have no say in the matter. Even if we wanted to. Moreover, can one seriously think of such a thing during the shopping before Christmas and New Year's Eve, and during the many months after the beginning of the year? It spoils my anticipation. It takes all the fun out of it. It might literally piss me off, you might think. That may be so. But it also spoils your appetite and puts a strain on your stomach. Possibly also all the other internal organs involved in digestion. But which weighs more heavily? The beautiful salmon in front of your nose, or the dementia in the distant future? Antioxidant, what is that? Sooner or later, fat becomes rancid. Mainly animal and human fat, but also most vegetable oils, except for real coconut fat. It is extracted from copra, the nutritive tissue of the coconut, not to be confused with palm oil. Fats oxidize with oxygen. Antioxidants help to inhibit oxidation. This is familiar to you and me from the advertisements for so-called food supplements that have been as penetrating as they are catchy since the noughties. Fight your rancid belly fat, or how you can prevent diabetes. Yeah, it sounded like this or something similar, usually right at the front of the pharmacy review. So we learned antioxidants are a good thing, healthy and beneficial to health. So why should antioxidants, which are so good for us human beings, have no place in our food? Yes, why? An antioxidant, plural antioxidants, also antioxidants, is a chemical compound that specifically prevents the unwanted oxidation of other substances. Antioxidants have great physiological importance due to their effect as radical scavengers. They inactivate reactive oxygen species ROS in the organism, the excessive occurrence of which leads to oxidative stress. Oxidative stress is considered to be partly responsible for aging and is associated with the development of a number of diseases, it says at d.wikipedia.org. Sounds good and reassuring, but the oxidative degradation of certain ingredients or components has a value-reducing effect because the taste or smell changes unpleasantly food. Cosmetics, the effect decreases with medicines, harmful degradation products are formed, or physical usage properties decrease E. With plastics. Antioxidants are also important as additives for a wide variety of products, foodstuffs, medicines, consumer goods, everyday materials, in order to prevent the oxidative degradation of sensitive molecules in them, caused, for example, by atmospheric oxygen. So far, Wikipedia, by the way. And if you are interested, you can find the list of food additives currently authorized in the EU at https://day.wikipedia.org/wiki/liste_dir_Lebensmittelzusatzstoffe, the German authorization regulation at http://gesetzeiminternet.de, and the article on food additives itself at d.wikipedia.org/wiki/Lebensmittelzusatzstoff. Ethoxyquin E is an antioxidant and a chemical compound from the group of quinolines. Introduced to the market in 1959 by the chemical company Monsanto under the brand name Santoquin as an anti-aging agent for rubber, it has been used on an ever-increasing scale since the 1960s of the faded, dreadful century. It keeps animal feeds edible longer. That is to say, it not only inhibits the rancidity of their fats, but also the breakdown of vitamins, carotenes, xanthophylls. Xanthophylls are a kind of carotene, abundantly contained, for example, in green-colored leafy vegetables such as spinach with 10 milligrams per 100 g, salads of all kinds, charred, as well as in green cabbage with even 20 milligrams per 100 g. Even more important is their pigment function in the cell membrane. Here they protect cell parts from light-induced photooxidation. Since fishing on the world's oceans has hardly been financially profitable, more and more so-called aquacultures have been established worldwide. They are a huge field of application for antioxidants such as ethoxyquin. The fish food is preserved. The aquafish themselves are made more durable. They can be sold fresh for longer or stored in the refrigerator at home. ethoxyquin in the brain and breast milk. The flip side of this manipulation, which can hardly be underestimated in its financial impact, is shown by analyses of the fish meat we eat, along with what helps us to be able to use food for longer. Ethoxyquin and its degradation product, ethoxyquin dimer, are not water-soluble. They are lipophilic, that is to say, fat-soluble. With every meal of aquafish, we swallow these substances in not harmless concentrations. Accumulations in human fatty tissue, especially, and this is much worse, in breast milk, have been proven years ago. Ethoxyquin is also considered a probable carcinogen. Further experiments showed that ethoxyquin and ethoxyquin dimer are also chemical compounds that lodge in the brain. In animal experiments, they combined with the body's own biochemical molecules that form the blood-brain barrier in such a way that they also entered the head. There they did nothing different from what they do in the rest of the body. They stored themselves in the fats that are abundant there. For example, in the very fatty nerve sheaths. It is through them that all signals and nerve impulses are transmitted, and the rapid breakdown of signals is carried out, without which there would be no cognitive abilities, no thinking, no seeing, no hearing, no ideas in image and sound, no language, no remembering, no memorizing or inventing. So ethoxyquin and ethoxyquin dimer can also be a cause of dementia, not only in rats. To do this, one must know the structure and functioning of the molecular blood-brain barrier in human beings and animals hardly differ. In toxicological terms, neurotoxic substances of a chemical or metallic nature that manage to cross our blood-brain barrier are much feared. Chlorine compounds in particular came into such abundant use in industrialized countries after 1945 that experts are not, or only slightly, surprised by the rapidly increasing numbers of human dementias today. For them and others in the know, it was predictable. Already in the 1980s, the high input of neurotoxic mercury Hg into the air as well as into water bodies was distressing. At that time, however, mining companies and power utilities unfortunately managed to keep secret the fact that the highly toxic mercury load mainly came from the exhaust plumes of coal-fired power plants. Quite a few of the profiteers of the socialization of such health and property damage also still considered dementia to be an acceptable collateral effect of economic growth and prosperity. Who benefits? That also seems to be one of the questions one prefers not to ask today, if one follows certain recommendations. It could lead to trouble, or, worse still, the good reputation of suitable conformity services could be lost. Such thinking also seems to prevail at EFSA, the EU's Food Safety Authority. On the grounds that there is a lack of toxicologically proven data and research, it has so far stoically refused to ban ethoxyquin as a feed additive. In so-called plant protection, on the other hand, ethoxyquin has not been allowed to be used since 2011, for example, against brown spotting of pears, for the same reason. The only difference here, in crop protection, the precautionary principle applies to ethoxyquin, but not to feed additives for fish feed. This should make the negotiators in the TTIP talks very happy, as the USA is adamant that the precautionary principle, which still predominates in Europe, should be completely abolished. It hinders competition. In the case of fish feed additives, the US has already won the battle. It is implemented European law, and the confusion is complete. Recently, more precisely on Sunday the 20th of December 2015, the editorial team and journalist Veronika Wagner of BR5's Funkstreifzug also took a closer look at the topic of ethoxyquin, its degradation product ethoxyquin dimer, and the current legal situation. Author Wagner was able to fan out very well how inconsistent and arbitrary the applicable EU directives and the national regulations in the FRG are. There is not a trace of logic and expert considerations anywhere, but all the more of the brazenly arrogant conformity of the Brussels executive bureaucracy. In the course of their research, the BR5 team also managed to meet a Polish researcher in Lodz, who was recently able to present very important new findings on the toxicity of the antioxidant and the degradation product ethoxyquin dimer. It is not the only degradation product, but one of the chemically analytically known ones. According to this, not only does ethoxyquin itself inhibit cell division and cell renewal, but also the said degradation product ethoxyquin dimer. It also impedes cell division and cell renewal, and also negatively affects the immune system, but damages the human genetic material even in small quantities. The FSA Food Safety Authority is aware of this and should have reacted accordingly. In October, it informed the magazine OCO Test that it was reviewing the currently permitted amount of ethoxyquin of 150 milligrams kg feed. A result is expected by October-November 2015 source. OKO Test, November issue 11 2015's, PTE. 30. OCO Test thus received incorrect information. The maximum quantity ordinance does not apply to authorized feed additives in fish feed. It only applies to additives in feed for terrestrial animals. FSA, false report. In the meantime, the FSA's statement with the announced anti-deception announcement is available. The result? There are too few findings to be able to make a statement. However, one of the metabolites of ethoxyquin could be genotoxic, that is to say, led to mutations in the genetic material and thus to cancer. Consequences? None as with glyphosate, this so-called Food Safety Authority of the EU is once again, and to this day, giving the three-monkey show. And this is truly a not very amusing civil servant performance. Alternatively, a tortured, crooked grin behind a partly held-up hand, a shielded, hard gaze, a steely chin, sunken cheeks and fiercely rubbing hands together, the head slightly tilted and the ears covered, and then the original tones of a zombie in the character mask of a boss or employee, weaned of all empathy, logic, and plausibility. Thus, the most recent production of these nano-economists of themselves in front of the running camera of a public broadcaster. It is astonishing that they even managed to pronounce the term food correctly in all EU languages. They probably don't even know what it is, a food. They think in numbers and smile at Monsanto. Life? The little word has lost its right, more so what it might once have meant. Unless, of course, it could be marketed and transformed into liquid capital. We ordinary Europeans can't stop laughing. The urge to cough chokes the bronchial tubes, and this very particular feeling of nausea in the stomach and intestines won't go away. I do not want to conceal the fact that there are certain options for action. According to OKO test in the aforementioned magazine, or the analysis results of the laboratory tests carried out by Funkstreifzug in Freiburg, the absolute majority of OKO aqua farms do not use antioxidants, such as this cheap home chemical ethoxyquin. The sampled fish tissues from organic cultures received the test marks very good and good. Ethoxyquin was not found at all or only below the technical detection limit. In the organic aquacultures surveyed, the operators use better antioxidants that are not harmful to health but are also more expensive. In other words, they do without the super profits that are made in conventional fish farms. And it's good for us who eat their fish farms. Note: there are and could be alternatives to the use of antioxidants in aquaculture. But even these, unfortunately, are limited. This is also and especially true for the alternative wild salmon. Depending on the region of origin, wild salmon was, according to laboratory analyses, also free of this antioxidant, which can certainly be described as disease-promoting. But it is precisely here that the far greater problems arise. Firstly, with the quality of the waters, and secondly, with the irreversible contamination of fish that this entails, up to and including the foreseeable complete inedibility for human consumption. Research news in the program of 16.11. 2015, the science program of Deutschlandfunk took up important aspects of this ubiquitous poisoning of all waters and all their inhabitants, from worms to whales. What was heard here must have made the blood run cold in the veins of more sensitive listeners. It was about the toxin collector floating microplastic. It has been known for some years that huge blankets of plastic waste are sloshing on all the oceans kilometers wide and in huge quantities. Then it slowly leaked out that most manufacturers of cosmetics and hygiene products also have tiny plastic beads inserted into their products, supposedly to improve the product. More likely, however, is that they were saddling others with their plastic waste in this way. That is to say, they were profitably putting it out of reach. In 2014, the cosmetics manufacturer L'Oréal promised to stop offering such products from 2017. Unilever wanted to ban peelings from its cosmetic products by 2015. But how do the peelings get into the sea? Quite simple. With their foams, they run off our head shampoos, our bodies shower gels, our teeth toothpaste. Well, where? To the drains in bathtubs, showers, wash basins, through thin and thick pipes to the thousands and thousands of sewage treatment plants. But they are not filtered out there. They are far too small. These tiny particles of microplastics currently escape laboratory analysis. Until recently, they were mistaken for grains of sand even under the light microscope and not given any further scientific attention. Of course, gloating is not appropriate because only particles larger than 300 micrometers are visible under the light microscope. The mini-particles in question, however, are only nanometers in size. At the Alfred Wegener Institute for Ocean Research, the crew around Gunnar Gertz is currently experimenting with better analysis and detection methods and suitable high-tech to be able to recognize the particles in the nanometer range, determine them more precisely, and also make more reliable statements about which cargoes these particles themselves have absorbed. In the supposedly clarified water, all the peelings and other microplastic particles then continue to drift down the rivers and streams all the way into the oceans. Add to this the plastic debris from millions of washing machines, traffic land, sea and air, packaging and fishing. On their way, all these plastic particles pull the pollutants that have settled in the waters out of the sediments like a magnet. Is how Matthias Reininghaus from the Hamburg University of Applied Sciences described the effects that they were currently able to demonstrate once again. He and his colleague Gesine Witt are currently conducting a research project on the Baltic and North Seas. They want to know 1. How high the uptake of foreign substances by these plastic particles is 2. Whether their rate differs from one environmental toxin to another, and 3. Whether there is an uptake saturation limit. In many places, they have hung copper mesh baskets in the water with their model plastic strips, which are always the same. They regularly drive their baskets down, remove the collection models, and bring them to the laboratory. The sediments of all waters in the world are polluted to a greater or lesser extent, with carcinogens such as PAHs approx. 200 different formulations of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and PCBs approx. 250 different formulations of polychlorinated biphenyls. The PAHs originate mainly like mercury from oil and coal combustion on land and at sea. The PCBs were used as plasticizers in plastics, synthetic rubber tires, paper, building materials in motor and other technical oils, or were also produced in the form of dioxin compounds during their high-temperature consumption applications. Germany was also very, very far ahead in this poisoning of the environment, above all in the world, so to speak. Just how far ahead may be illustrated by the following story. Even today, corpses washed up in the USA are examined for their PCB content in order to find out whether the dead person might have come from Germany. In the USA, PCB is regarded as the so-called German marker. According to the laboratory analyses carried out so far in the project by Witt and Reininghaus, their model plastic strips accumulated PCBs in incredible concentrations of 200 to 500 times. A saturation limit in the true sense of the word has not yet been established. PAHs were concentrated up to about 50 times, in addition to numerous other environmental and industrial pollutants such as mercury, which, however, do not play the role of defined lead pollutants in this project. The two researchers were already completely appalled, not only by the fact that almost every second one of their sampling baskets in the North and Baltic Seas was stolen or continues to disappear. No, boomerang effect they simply did not expect. And yet it is true fish and other marine life ingest the microplastic particles. The larger animals excrete larger particles through their stomachs and intestines. The nanoscale particles, however, migrate through tissue and cell walls and become embedded in the flesh of both small and large sea creatures, along with their toxic load. Some marine species, such as mussels, develop inflammations, especially of a chronic nature. Still others fall ill in the liver or also accumulate the industrial toxins in the kidneys. But that is not all, because PAHs and PCBs are fat-soluble, that is to say, they diffuse through the cell walls into the fish muscles and into the fish fat. The microplastic particles are therefore not excreted from the stomach and intestines with the feces. No, they become part of the fish. Later they end up with the fish meat on our plates, in our stomachs, in our intestines. If they are very tiny, they also pass through our tissues and muscles and then settle down at some point, somewhere, in the joints perhaps. The pains fool you and your doctors into thinking they are pains of inflammatory rheumatism, or arthritis pain, or osteoarthritis. And yet you seem so confused and are so tired all the time, so terribly tired and weak. The research of Chelsea Roachman, a marine ecologist at the University of San Diego in California, had already been able to prove in 2013 that plastics enter the water habitat and absorb environmental toxins present there, and that certain types of plastic much more than others. Ms. E. The most widely used types of plastic absorb much higher concentrations of organic pollutants than PVC and PT. Water taxi for viruses and bacteria. Also in 2013, Paul Klammer and Judith Blage had reported in issue 13 of Focus, under the title, When Plastic Kills. Drifting plastic carries pathogens through the oceans. They referred to the research of the aforementioned Gunnar Gertz of AWI, the Alfred Wegener Institute at the Helmholtz Institute for Ocean Research, with this scare news. We find a lot of Vibrios on plastic, Gertz had reported to the team of journalists, counting among this group of bacteria also the causative agent of cholera. The bacteria use plastic parts as taxis to get from A to B. Some bacteria could even ingest and utilize the plasticizers. It is not likely that Gertz was thinking of PCBs. He was more likely referring to the large group of phthalates, which are also toxic to the nerves. Since the ban on plasticizer PCBs in the 1990s, plastics have been enriched with phthalates, which are also toxic to the nerves, so that they remain pliable and usable for a long time. Now, not all bacteria are enemies of human beings by any means, and not all viruses lead to animal and/or human diseases. But when I think about what this could mean, what comes to mind is the warming of the oceans and land waters due to climate change, the acidification of the oceans and waters due to CO2, input with simultaneous warming, the circulation pump for warm and cold water in the Pacific, called El Niño, the rise in sea levels worldwide, and the many new current patterns that can currently be observed, especially in the Atlantic. Microbes of all kinds love warmth, and the faster ocean currents provide for their more rapid transport. Gertz has also pointed this out. Furthermore, the diverse properties of multiple stresses along the course of events in the changed environmental milieu play a role that should not be underestimated. They can functionally interlock, and this is exactly the point here. The following lock and key event may explain this. Microplastic particles taken up by the organisms living in the oceans, lakes, rivers and streams transport highly concentrated neurotoxic pollutants that open the blood-brain barrier in human beings and animals, enter the brain, and attack or also destroy the central nervous system. With them, however, all the viruses, bacteria, and other germs that have traveled through the waters on microplastics can now also enter the human brain and develop their, possibly, highly dangerous abilities there. They can cause and permanently maintain inflammations in the brain tissue and the meninges, because what is once in the brain cannot get out again. This is what has limited neurological treatment options for neuritis in the human brain so far. Without the door-opening function of, for example, PAHs, PCBs, and other organochlorines, these microbes would fail at the blood-brain barrier, provided that it is intact and not already damaged, e. G, and possibly in the case of diabetes diagnosis by means of the marker S100. Against this background, it should also be asked why in recent years there has been such an astonishing increase in depression, not only in dementia but also in younger age groups, and why it is especially the case that depression is increasingly accompanied by organic inflammatory processes in the central nervous system, CNS, or is triggered by them in the first place. Who is responsible for all this additional suffering? No one, quite clearly. No one, if only for insurance reasons. Or all of us. After all, we have all produced and consumed the stuff and earned our living with it. We heated our homes and drove our cars and jumped out of every window with pride in our Western lifestyle. Or we did not know. We couldn't have guessed. Science was not far enough. All the knowledge was missing. Who could have guessed? Who would still dare to touch the taboos of industrial poisons, imperishable plastics, poisoned bases of life? Who dares to ask the not only economically painful questions about the social polluters and those responsible? Where everyone is responsible, no one is. That is well known. But it is not quite that simple. I remember it well. Decades ago, in our shared flat in Munich's Isarvorstadt, we, like many other shared flats at the time when the environmental movement was born, also tried to explore and address our thoroughly industrialized everyday lives. The imperishability of plastics still in decay, the toxicity of PVC, dioxins and azo dyes, the constant input of organochlorine pesticides into the soil and water, the dumping of dilute acid in the sea, etc., kept us very busy, and we certainly found out what would almost inevitably become of it. Even then, this did not require any special prognostic talents, but what was horror then is sheer horror today. The perpetrators and those responsible could well have known this, and they did, but they preferred, like many of the other awakened human beings in the Republic, to put V-men on our heels. Our explanations, our forecasts, our warnings, our knowledge, our resistance were considered fundamentally anti-constitutional and a violation of the basic law, directed against the social market economy and industrial progress, and in principle hostile to technology. In contrast, only stupidity and apathy of mind were considered constitutional then as now. One day you will realize that money cannot be eaten. This saying originated in those years. Now it is, indeed, almost that time. It remains to be seen whether the 2 federal research projects on plastic waste in the sea that were launched in autumn 2015 will still be able to catch anything in this situation. In Lübeck, a mechanical sea cow was built to fish microplastics out of the sea. But it would be too naive to believe in a last-minute rescue for Altenstadt Online, the 5th of January 2016. Editor's note and tips for your fish shopping 11.01. 2016 Continuous Supplement, FF. Quite a few readers have told us how helpless they feel after reading the above article. Especially those who like to eat fish do not know what they should or can do now. Give it up completely. Or reduce consumption. The problem we find is complex. First of all, there is the exposure to ethoxyquin and its known degradation product ethoxyquin dimer. In the article itself, it was pointed out that the magazine OCO Test carried out laboratory tests on so-called conventional aquafish and on organic fish from aquacultures. The result was that the fish from organic aquacultures were either not contaminated at all or below the so-called technical laboratory detection limit for ethoxyquin. That was the good news. It is much more difficult to deal with microplastic particles and the chemical pollutants they absorb from the oceans and/or other waters. We are talking about the so-called old pollutants of polychlorinated biphenyls PCBs and the constantly increasing global inputs of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, which escape, for example, from car or truck exhausts from dawn to dusk. Plastic components such as polyethylene, polypropylene, PVC, and PT also play a role in contamination, along with metal ions such as mercury and a host of other pollutants that are stored in the sediments and are repeatedly stirred up. Absolute exposure figures are not to be found in any of the research papers available to us. Only the assurance that the contamination per fish kg is so low that consumers need not fear any acute damage to their health. This is good news. But you can believe it or not. You have to take a look at the scientific community. Scientists working in such fields of research are usually not very squeamish, and for scientific and economic reasons, like to radiate reassurance. This prevents them from getting into difficulties improving the causality of concrete acute and/or chronic health damage. And they are usually also unable to present any or only too few epidemiological statistically structured studies with large numbers of cases groups of participants equal sign cohorts. But they also lose their scientific reputation very quickly if they are tempted, at least in the opinion of their colleagues, to warn too much about health hazards and to disturb circles of colleagues in their networks. This is especially true for female researchers, who are quickly and readily considered by their colleagues to be too emotional and overcautious. Behind this, of course, lies the old German, later Nazi and after 1945 into the Second Republic, saved motherhood cult of men who declare the preservation of life, protection from illness and sacrificial care of health in the case of the genetic heritage of the woman in order to be able to say goodbye to the scientific objectivity they also invented for this purpose. There they can earning good money, not averse to any gift from interested parties, and at some point a professor, cultivate their rope teams and refer with great seriousness to all those research studies that have not been able to prove health risks for human beings, be it through whatever. The structure here, it is precisely such work that makes up the absolute majority of toxicological, occupational, and environmental medicine research work from the day before yesterday, and today. The proximity to industry and industry funding, also the so-called third-party funded research in universities, usually determined the research question, the research design, the methodology, the point of view, and the assessments of what were beneficial doses of hazardous substances. Doses for employees and consumers, of course. An old truth, which has not lost any of its wisdom over the decades, says, whoever buys calls the shots. The underlying system of corruption has not really been recognized and dealt with yet, apart from certain research results of the more than 20 years of work of Abekra, Verbandarbeits- und Berufsbedingt Erkrankte e.V., and such as the late Munich toxicologist Dr. Max Dornderer, today's retiree Professor Wassermann, Kiel, the toxicologist Dr. Cruz, Kiel and other brave incorruptibles. Even the most obviously false research papers are still being used today, or are being used again today, as if there was nothing to it, and criticism was nothing but slander, worthy of punishment, and reprehensible scientist or manufacturer bashing. It follows that nothing is known about quantified concentrations of pollutants in fish, only about certain poisoning rates, at least not to us. We would be very grateful for any information. Nor do we know anything about how many microplastic particles the fish you are about to buy might be hiding in its flesh, and whether it has ingested any viruses or bacteria that are now lurking in its body. We can only say this much: all the world's oceans, but also streams like the Rhine, rivers like the Fulda or the Weser, are contaminated with plastic particles, but by no means to the same extent. Aquacultures on the coasts of the oceans are operated with seawater, but in good aquacultures the water is always clarified and exchanged. After all, water filtration is not yet possible. The technology for laboratory analyses and water filtration is still being developed. The oceans are also likely to be contaminated to varying degrees with microplastic particles, viruses, bacteria, worms, and germs. The research of the Polish researcher from Lodz took place in the Baltic Sea. It is a relatively isolated sea with little water exchange, dwindling oxygen inputs, and somewhat higher temperatures than normally prevail in the Atlantic and, as the case may be, the Pacific. In the Baltic Sea, it is estimated that many more microplastic particles can be found. In the large open seas, on the other hand, the most complicated ocean currents and the so-called circulating pumps play an important role. In this process, water from deeper ocean layers flows upwards and the upper layers flow downwards in a recirculated manner. Their influence on particle quantities, pollutant concentrations and germs should not be underestimated in each case, but also that of the shipping routes, their frequency and the waste disposal into the sea, which is practiced both clandestinely and irresponsibly. One could therefore also assume that fish from the far north off Alaska's and Greenland's coasts are less polluted, but those from the mid-Atlantic are more so. But this would require empirical evidence. But it also depends on the fish species themselves, their spawning and living habits, and their respective lifespans. Fish species with a short lifespan that mature very quickly are likely to store less in their fat and tissue than fish species that have a long nursery period and also live a long time if they are allowed to. Where and in which depths of the oceans the respective fish species live and which regions they swim through on their way may also be an important pollution marker, assuming that the different ocean regions are also polluted to different degrees. Microplastic particles float in the upper layers of the ocean. They are very light. Here it would be important to become more knowledgeable and to collect such important data on the different fish species and to evaluate them for one's own purchases. Forschung aktuell, Deutschlandfunk reported on the 11th of January 2016, for example, that mackerel and cod particularly like to eat microplastic particles. These are the latest research findings of the Alfred Wegener Institute. Wild salmon swim deeper and are preferably caught in the less polluted North Sea off the coasts of Canada. Mediterranean and edible Pacific fish, on the other hand, are not advisable, while wild shrimps may be relatively unpolluted. Otherwise, we advise alternating as many dishes as possible, just as Mudden used to do and Vadden loved to do, but now with Vadden's cooperation in the kitchen. In all this, however, always also bear in mind that one fish meal in the course of a month will certainly not cause acute health problems, at least not in an adult male Central European of 30 years and 70 core groups. This adult of 30 years/70 kg weight is the model man of the research. However, there are not so many men who correspond to this model man women with their larger body fat percentages, preferably sought out by lipophilic substances, do not appear at all. Nor do children and old human beings. Another thing to consider is the world's oceans are highly questionably depleted of fish, and there are so many other delicious foods. Does it have to be fish? Or could we, for example, skip every other fish meal? Let's think about it this way. It would not only be good for the fish stocks that are still alive, but it would also reduce the concentrations of delicious PAHs and PCBs and HG that you ingest, we would like to note sarcastically. And consider further, and once again, you can't make it with a fish moving straight towards dementia. This is the hope we must take away from every person with a fierce desire for care. It is all about the accumulation of harmful substances, and it also takes time to crack the blood-brain barrier. Summary. When shopping, avoid saltwater fish that live in the upper layers of the oceans, such as mackerel and cod. Buy flounder meat or dab, for example. Flounder and dab, for example, live near the seabed. Wild salmon from the northern seas, but also shrimp, also seem to be less contaminated. Do not buy freshwater fish, for example, from the Rhine or Maine. When shopping, avoid very fatty and long-lived fish species. Avoid fish from the Mediterranean and the Baltic Sea. If possible, buy fish from ecological aquaculture. Put fish on the table less often. Expand your knowledge about fish in general. Altenstadt Online Editorial Team added 13201 2016 important news on PCB polychlorinated biphenyls at Das erste dot de preliminary note. Today, Tuesday, the 29th of March 2016, we received the following newsletter news on the German marker PCB, polychlorinated biphenyls, from the Coordination gegen Biogefahren E. VCBG, with a reference to an important ARD documentary see below, which we do not want to withhold from our readers. Because PCB is not only in fish, not only in plastic waste of all sizes, but also in countless public buildings, such as kindergartens, schools, town halls, and other buildings. In the building industry, for example, these highly toxic chemical compounds were used as plasticizers for plastic joint sealants. It was just stupid that the PCBs gradually leached into the rooms and, because they contained chlorine, also went through all the walls or floors on a massive scale and still do today, even if now only at a low level. Unfortunately, it is not well known that many teachers became ill and were unable to work. Not to mention the children in all-day kindergarten care and schools in such rooms. One must know PCBs are also high-grade neurotoxins for the central nervous system, which can lead to more or less severe losses of cognitive performance and efficiency. Depression, word-finding disorders, and poor memory are often the first symptoms of brain damage. The cancer comes later. Here is the text of the CBG newsletter. Cleaning up PCB-contaminated buildings is not our responsibility. Monsanto and Bayer. ARD reports on PCB contamination of public buildings between 1930 and 1990. About 1.3 million tons of polychlorinated biphenyls PCBs were produced. The toxins were used in electrical appliances, joint sealants, paints, and floor coverings. As a result, thousands of public buildings were contaminated. PCBs are carcinogenic and can damage the thyroid, liver, and kidneys. Again and again, they cause cancer and other serious damage. The manufacturers knew about the dangers early on, but were never prosecuted. Disposing of the toxins takes decades and costs billions. The producers, especially the companies Monsanto and Bayer, pass on the costs entirely to the general public. The ARD now documented the suffering of the injured parties and the refusal of the manufacturers to contribute to the disposal costs. The worthwhile contribution can be found here. DasEste_dot_. Die Information Wirtschaft plus minus Videos billiger Baustoff mit Bosen Spart Folgen 100.html. Philippe Mimkes from the Coordination gegen Bayer Gefahren CBG, Monsanto and Bayer have covered up the dangers of polychlorinated biphenyls for decades. In doing so, they bear a share of the responsibility for thousands of cases of poisoning. It is high time that the producers are held liable for the outrageous cleanup and treatment costs. CBG has repeatedly submitted counter-motions to Bayer's general meeting and spoken on the issue at meetings. Contact campaign page on PCB, cbgnetwork.org, Coordination gegen Bayer Gefahren e. V. CBG, PO Box 150418 40081, Düsseldorf, Germany, tel 0211 333911, fax 0211 2611 220, email info@cbgnetwork. Org PGP key here, Internet CBG Network.org, Twitter. ComCBG Network, Facebook.com, N.
There is not much to say about this except that there is nothing wrong with it.
Also good, then the following question is whether you guys influence planetary weather on Era, like maybe through lightning control and cloud formation by lasers or something, if that is even possible. Also, the further question is related to whether you have a poison industry to produce any substances, like herbicides, insecticides, neonicotinoids, pesticides, and fungicides, and so on.
Weather manipulation in the context of your question is possible, but we do not carry out such manipulations on Era. The climate conditions of our planet are normal and are not influenced by our humanity in any way. Regarding your other question, it is to be said that we do not have any production facilities on Era where any toxic substances would be produced, so also not such as you mentioned.
Good, thanks. Then the following. In China, the Central Committee of the Communist Party officially declared the one-child policy to be over at the end of October 2015, and since then, every married couple has been allowed to have 2 children. Although, as far as I know, this regulation was then put into effect on the 1st of January 2016. This was done because it was assumed, and also continues to be assumed, nonsensically, that the decline in the birth rate must be stopped, because otherwise the Chinese people could die out. I think this is completely moronic. And it proves that in China, too, The majority of the government elite is stupid, and thus far below what can still be called normal stupidity in terms of intellect, reason, and intelligence. Or what do you think about that?
What you express with your words has its justification, even if I would say it differently. In fact, there is a fear in China by the ignorant in the central government that without the lifting of the one-child policy and the birth ban, the Chinese people would be in danger of dying out. However, this is an ill-considered and nonsensical thesis, opinion, and effectively stupid assertion, because according to our calculations and future research, the population of the whole of China could be reduced to 100 million by a birth stop and then kept at this number by effective birth control. Similarly, these 100 million could also apply to India, just as everything could also be regulated equally in all states of the earth. Depending on their responsible number of human beings, and the earthly human being population could be reduced to the planetarily acceptable level of 529 million. This would be the case if earthly humanity were accessible to understanding, reason, and intelligence, which, however, is not possible with the majority of the Earth's population due to the lack of the three values of understanding, reason, and intelligence. In fact, as you said, only a small percentage, and thus a minority of the entire Earth humans and their rulers, whom you call the upper and top elites, are capable of using the total cognitive values.
Thanks, that's enough, because I have some other questions, as well as what happened again on the 14th, for example, because another threat was beamed into my computer. Look here. This is the whole range of threats that have been sent to me every now and then since 7.11. 2015 in between the paperwork I am working on.
Foreign Interference Terror 7.11. 2015, 9.49 hours 2015, see Pleiadian Pleiadian Contact Reports, Volume 14, 634th Contact, page 383. New preamble adapted to the times for the Swiss Federal Constitution.
In the name of honor, equality, and dignity, the following shall apply to all human beings of the Swiss people, of the country and of the cantons, to preserve liberty and peace, to uphold and renew the Confederation, democracy, justice and justice, neutrality and independence, and to bear responsibility towards all creation, all life, to live in unity with mutual respect, and in respect for their diversity, to live in unity, in the consciousness of the common achievements, and a sense of indebtedness to all future generations, generations to come, in the certainty that only those who are free, who makes liberal and tolerant use of his rights, and works in openness and solidarity, and strengthens the people, the country, and the world. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful.
Being oneself.
A great many human beings are not themselves, for they make the thoughts, feelings, and machinations of others their own, as a result of which they fall into anger, joylessness, hatred, sorrow, and worry, etc. In general, human beings do not understand that when they are attacked by others with evil words and actions, they absorb them and make them their own, whereby they are no longer themselves, but become an image of the one who causes them suffering or harm in any form. But it is precisely this image that must be distanced from, for fundamentally the thoughts, feelings, and machinations of those who wish suffering, evil, and harm are not the business of those human beings who are subjected to the attacks, but they are the business of the evildoers, the adversaries and self-appointed enemies, etc. alone. And since everything is a matter of the adversaries, it requires urgency that thoughts, feelings, words, and machinations, etc. generated by adversaries are not taken up and not made on Jam Teresa, a Shenji, ti ju geni blasphemues, judu telorioden, dhe vadisen per to one's own business, as is unfortunately often done to the contrary, whereby the human being is no longer himself, but becomes the image of that which provokes unrest, discord, hatred, and slander, etc. However, in order not to let these unworthinesses get to him and not to indulge in anger, sorrow, worries, and hatred, etc., there is only one possibility for the attacked human being, whereby this consists in directing one's own thoughts and feelings, not to take the antagonist's attack seriously, and to be clear to oneself again and again, and to say that the thoughts, hatred, enmity, evil words, and slander and machinations, etc., are the adversary's business alone, but not one's own. So it says, all attacks and problems of any kind of the antagonists are not mine, but solely theirs, with which they harm themselves, with which they themselves have to cope. Une jam Teresa, a shenjane, di ju geni blasphemus, judo telorioden, DHEV desen per te 2019, 13.41, H. Bernadette Brand, according to Google Translation. Language: Albanian verbatim. Translation: I am Teresa, holy, and you are the blasphemer. You are the one who dies and dies for you. Google Translation: No. 2. I am Teresa, and you sanctify, and you are blasphemous. You will go and die. Translation of an acquaintance, Albanian: I am Teresa and holy, and you are a blasphemer, and you will be punished and die. Attacks on others, whether through thoughts and feelings, words, hatred, slander, or actions, must never be made one's own.
The whole thing is really getting worse, but so far Zafanat Panic and also Yanarara have not been able to fathom the way in which these threats enter your computer work. But one thing is certain in this foray, that you are to be brought to despair and abandonment of your mission with these insertions and all other malicious interferences.
I realize that too, but the authors of these idiocies can wait a long time for me to go nuts, because I don't get annoyed by this bullshit, and I don't freak out about it either. I simply dismiss everything with a hearty curse, and that is also the end of it for me. That's all it takes.
You have said that to me before. But I must say that if that were to happen to me, that I would certainly not then be able to muster that calmness, and in addition also the control over my nerves, as you are capable of doing.
I doubt that, because I think that you too would put your work above such idiotic and moronic happenings and behave correctly accordingly. But let's not get into that, because there is something coming up regarding Greta Thunberg that I have been thinking about and I would like to hear your opinion on. In my opinion, the child is being abused by politicians, environmental activists, government officials, clergymen, and religious bigwigs, as well as all kinds of publicity-seeking elements such as artists, actors, government officials, and even her own parents. And I think that sooner or later this will develop into a worldwide, comprehensive and mass movement-like climate test spectacle, which will become enormously inflated and cause all countries and governments to adopt idiotic measures. I can vividly imagine that the most imbecilic in the upper and top elites will primarily go after the road vehicle owners in order to exploit them with new taxes, for example CO2 taxes and other nonsense, but also to force them to buy electric cars, in which case the corresponding CO2 loudmouths will cash in, because they will probably secure not exactly modest bribes through prior agreements with the electric vehicle manufacturers. Now, what I would like to say about the climate test spectacle, which I think will inevitably and certainly come about, but will sooner or later collapse again, is that mainly children and juveniles will be the main loudmouths in all climate test actions, whereby they, as unenlightened big loudmouths, will have no idea whatsoever why and for what they will go out on the streets and roar about. This is because they all, just like the organized climate activists who have been yodeling around for years, do not know what the real reason for climate destruction is. Namely, not simply and only CO2, which in reality is only part of the many dozens of reasons. All around the Earth, everything in nature has been and continues to be destroyed. All life forms of fauna and flora are inexorably being wiped out more and more quickly, because their habitat is being obstructed by new roads. Houses, places of entertainment, factories, walls, dams and railway lines, etc., and living beings of all species and kinds are being driven away, poisoned, or shot. And this is happening in Africa as well as in Europe, Arabia, India, all of Asia, China, Russia, the USA, and South America. But all this is also only a part of the huge whole of destruction, annihilation, and extermination, because this part, along with many others, goes much further. And the fact that the Earth's population, which has been overflowing for a long time, is already on its way to actually destroying the Earth and all its habitats goes unnoticed because the whole of humanity goes along blindly, self-importantly, addicted to consumption, pleasure and complete indifference, and has no regard for anything that is happening on the planet, in its atmosphere and climate, its fresh waters and seas, and in nature, and its fauna and flora. Greta Thunberg's father is an actor and scriptwriter or something, while his wife has something to do with opera singing, although both are said to have gained an immense increase in their activities as a result of Greta's actions, if I am correctly oriented. And the child Greta, who I think is introverted and shamelessly abused by all the world for the climate spectacle, I think, has probably not quite volunteered to be an environmental activist. The girl, who comes from Sweden, is now 16 years old and obviously introverted. Although it is very worrying that she is slowly but surely being turned into a ruin and a complete idiot by all those irresponsible people who see in her a means of making themselves big. And the fact that it is being hyped up in the mainstream media as a committed environmental activist only adds to it. It may be that she is selflessly committed to preserving the environment, but I doubt it, because when I look at the girl on TV and in magazines, the whole scenario is put into perspective for me and makes me realize otherwise. And this is so, although I think that all the hype will change the child in a short time to such an extent that she will begin to puff herself up and become infested with the delusion of being really important and irreplaceable. And this will lead to the child soon becoming just as public-spirited and publicity-hungry as the actors, artists, rulers, and others who are hailed and idolized as icons by the stupid of the population. And that will happen very quickly, because Greta, in her childlike naivety, cannot grasp what is still to come and what will change her in a fundamentally negative way. Because all kinds of publicity-hungry figures in the world, all of whom have rank and name, will not miss the opportunity to present themselves publicly with the child in order to make themselves big and important. And as I see it, it will not only be politicians and actors, but above all also religionists and other sectarians up to the highest bigwigs, whereby, I think, especially the highest lurkers of all religions and sects will be in the front line in this respect. But also actors and people from organizations and the economy who make themselves important, who will hope for great profits and prestige through this. For my part, I see that the child is in fact dominated by the mainstream media of all kinds. In addition to skipping school to demonstrate for environmental protection, supposedly of his own accord for the sake of climate change. Something that, of course, particularly pleases the completely wrong-headed hysterical climate activists, who do everything they can to lift the child into the sky. And that doesn't bring the child any blessing, just as it doesn't bring any blessing to all the other children and juveniles who, imitating them worldwide, are also playing truant. Greta herself is said to be supported in Sweden by a company listed on the stock exchange, which is supposedly a purely idealistic foundation called Time AB, which is not supposed to pursue any financial interests, although of course the shares of this company have also shot up steeply since Greta's activities. Greta's parents have also written a book about the child, Siner ur Hjartat, which has sold enormously. The question is, however, how big the sales of the book will be when Greta stops her activities. And it will also become clear how voluntary the child's continued involvement really is, and still will be, if she is perhaps forced to continue. And if I now judge everything, I see nothing else behind the whole machinations than big economic interests, in a sleazy and irresponsible form, combined with a trend that has been fought out on a seductiveness regarding Greta, a child, and made into a business with big profits. Greta Thunberg is indeed still a child, and is currently basking in the limelight, which I think also earns her a lot of money and makes her feel important. I can imagine, however, that the child may feel like Mother Svea, the national personification of Sweden, as a result of the hype, but this is not yet written on her face. What is not yet, however, will certainly become so, because Greta is not immune to it and will therefore probably become like all those who strive for public prestige and attention for their own person in a short time through all the hype that is made about her for all kinds of profiteering reasons, which she does not notice in her naivety. Therefore, the adulation shown to her will soon be the most important thing, and the climate demonstration only the second most important thing. And consequently, it will not be long before she will announce that when she is grown up, she will continue to support the cause of the climate fight even more intensively. What is now happening in the world as a result of Greta Thunberg's actions is that climate change and climate protection will inevitably also be taken up by those in power in the upper and top elite of politicians, as well as by renowned scientists. Because the public and the climate demonstrators are shouting for it. They will officially get involved, but this will certainly only be a pretense and a lie and deception in order to calm down the demonstrators. That is how I see it, as well as the fact that it will not be long before the upper and top echelons of government let their cat out of the bag and start revolting and trivializing everything. I have of course also thought about this in detail and have come to the conclusion that around the middle or end of May, but at the latest at the beginning of June, counter-protests and countermeasures will emerge from the governments, and everything concerning climate change and environmental destruction will be trivialized. It will then be irresponsible and mendacious to claim that the whole issue of climate change and environmental pollution and destruction is not half as bad as environmental activists, etc. proclaim. Nevertheless, those in power will try to take advantage of the new trend. That is to say, the climate change protests, which is why motorists could be fleeced first and foremost with a CO2 tax, which is the most obvious thing to do as far as I am concerned. But I am happy to be surprised whether I am combining correctly. However, in their stupidity, some of the big-talking rulers will probably also actually believe, precisely those who are on a par with the climate demonstrators, that in their crazy CO2 delusion they could solve the problem of climate change, whereby this delusion could, in my opinion, amount to these airheads and lunatics wanting to introduce a CO2 tax on motor vehicles because in their delusion they imagine themselves to be the greatest, and perhaps believe that this could minimize and even solve the problem. You just have to know the mindsets of these loudmouth specimens, and it may really come to pass, I suppose.
What you say sets out what is correct and which, according to our knowledge, will also come to pass after a foresight in time. Greta Thunberg has been abused by dishonest elements for some time now, and in such a way as to gain profit and public prestige and attention from it. These persons, according to our foresight, will be various celebrities, such as well-known actors, artists, corporate managers, journalists, media, business leaders, and various others, as well as the Pope, the Dalai Lama, government officials, and many others, as you also said but did not name. But their interest in the cause of the climate demonstration will only be to make themselves important by appearing with Greta and to keep themselves in the sight and memory of their supporters and admirers. It is interesting for me that you yourself were already oriented by my father's teachings in the 1940s and at the beginning of the first 1950s about what will happen today and also in the further future, about which you also oriented many media. You then also made an effort in the 1940s and 1950s to spread your and my father's predictions, but you only received ridicule or no response to your letters to many public media. And since the 1970s, you and all your followers have made the same effort to this day. In the same way and many times more, but the fact remains that you are also ridiculed today, and your efforts and those of your comrades in arms are disregarded by all the public media. But now this child from Sweden appears, who has no idea whatsoever of all the destructive things that are really being done around the planet by the Earth's population. And the child also has no idea whatsoever that many species and kinds of living beings in nature and in its fauna and flora have already been irrevocably destroyed and exterminated to a large extent by various deadly, destructive, annihilating, and exterminating poisons, and are still being poisoned, decimated, annihilated, and exterminated. Nor does it have any idea that countless life forms such as animals and creatures, etc., also fall prey to extinction because they are senselessly poached, killed, and shot for profit in order to make them disappear from their ancestral habitats. This in order to be able to use the land for the immense overpopulation for housing, roads, factories, and various other things, like conformity to a fact or reality. And all these diverse processes cannot be stopped by inadequate measures and nature and its fauna and flora brought back to life. This is not to be achieved by taxing CO2, nor by restricting plastics and all kinds of synthetics and other nonsensical measures. The only useful measure would be a drastic reduction of the total population of the Earth over a longer period of time, followed by a strict birth control. But again, I want to say that it is very interesting that all your efforts to warn and enlighten Earth humans since the 1940s, and from the 1970s onwards also through the cooperation of the group members, have been completely disregarded worldwide, and everything has only been ridiculed and maliciously insulted. And this was done and is still being done today, whereby you are also hated by vindictive and misguided people, and also your life was often endangered, which could be again and again. And while you have been predictively pointing out the facts over and over again, which are happening and will happen and which have been happening for decades and have now become very serious problems, which are now leading to unmanageable disaster, along comes an immature child protesting against the climate change, which you have been warning about already in the 1940s and in all the years after that. But this child will now be listened to, because the whole thing can be commercially exploited by many well-known persons and great financial profit can be gained from it, from which as a consequence now a worldwide protest action will arise, and many with well-known names and activities will put themselves in the foreground, as well as many thousands of children and juveniles, whereby, however, all these Earth humans will have neither an idea of how far advanced the whole disaster already is and how much worse everything will still become. And they will also not know and will not want to know that all destructions of planet Earth, as well as impairments of fresh waters, seas, forests, fields, meadows, etc., destructions by rubbish and poisons, as well as multiple extinctions of nature, fauna, and flora, will cause immense harm in the future. And all this will happen as a result of overpopulation, which in the following 8 months will lead to the Earth's population being 17 times higher than the planet Earth could easily support, and a corresponding humanity could easily live on it in abundance. This, whereby also all the problems of enmities, religious delusion and its consequences, as well as diseases and epidemics and many other great problems would be reduced or disappear altogether, which result from overpopulation and its destructive as well as disaster-creating machinations. Only a long-lasting worldwide birth stop and a following and permanently maintained birth regulation could still alleviate the catastrophically worst of all destructions on the planet. as well as the destructions and exterminations in nature and its fauna and flora, and bring them to a standstill over a long period of time. Unfortunately, however, this will not happen because, on the one hand, the selfishness of Earth humans is greater and more pervasive than the certainty of the continued existence of the Earth and all life. And, on the other hand, all warnings are thrown to the wind which announce the inevitable coming disaster, which will become such that Earth humans can be wiped out. And the fact that, through the fault of the USA, a Fourth World War has been looming for some time and could possibly become reality and totally destroy the world, is also ignored, as is the fact that not only the USA but also the EU dictatorship and individual EU states, especially Germany, are conjuring up political disaster. And this mischief will be brought and will continue to be brought into politics by certain state forces subterraneously and secretly in the form of Nazi sentiments, as is also the case in the EU dictatorship up to the highest levels of power. Connected with this is at the same time the secret, insidious endeavor to deprive the people of their very own personal freedom and to make them transparent through complete digital surveillance. Billy's note, =transparent citizen, as well as to control them down to their innermost being through control elements. Billy's note, chip, to be inserted into the body and to dominate and direct them according to the will of those in power. The future of Earth humans already looks very bad, because the majority of all peoples do nothing against the governments of all states of the Earth in order to bring all those responsible for the state governments, such as the USA, the EU dictatorship, and all states in general, under control. And this would have to be done by all those of the people who do not cheer the powerful, but are educated in terms of understanding, reason, and intelligence in such a way that they are willing to put all the wrongdoers of the rulers and their supporters and vassals in their place. However, only a very few responsible people think about it, and they are in such a minority that they are shouted down when they point out the effectively true facts of the wrong governance in many respects. The consequence of this is that the warmongering of the power-hungry continues, especially of all states, as has been the case since time immemorial, the USA, which is addicted to world domination and can carry out its terrorist behavior, which spreads discord and mischief all over the world, without restraint, as the EU dictatorship has also been able to do since its existence, because the majority of the masses belonging to it allow everything without hesitation. In particular, however, as I have said, the USA, through its obsession with world power, has always brought war, strife, misery, hardship, and millions of deaths, murders, ruin, and destruction to the world and to Earth humans. And to this it is to be mentioned that many in ancient times, powerful and notable rulers waged great and far-reaching wars and exercised terror, as in modern times also Hitler and his whole miserable gang of criminals, to whom the Holocaust humanity crime goes back. If, however, all the wars, acts of terror and atrocities committed in ancient times are summed up and added together, which were committed over 5 millennia before and up to the time of Hitler, then the results are far below those which must be attributed to the USA. This is because the entire disaster, caused worldwide by the USA, exceeds everything that has been done from time immemorial until today by other states and their rulers and peoples. What cannot be worse in misdeeds, outrages, evil deeds, war and Secret Service crimes, offenses against humanity as well as in terms of cruelty, brutalities and causing misery and distress around the world, as well as in terms of all nuisances, violent crimes, inhumanities, acts of violence, misdeeds, murders by capital punishment, and all the bestialities that must be blamed on the USA. They are not able to undercut anything in the way of such events, actions, deeds, and degenerations, etc., in the history of mankind on Earth. In the history of mankind up to the present day. For the USA have done much more in their delusion of grandeur. in their addiction to world domination and in their war mania, for they have committed, far into the future, the very greatest crime against humanity that has ever occurred in earthly human history. This crime, which contradicts all understanding, all reason and all intelligence, which has been looming over the whole Earth and all Earth humans since the 1940s, was brought into being by the United States of America through the development and creation of the atomic bomb. And this, as ever, the greatest danger criminally created by the USA with regard to a threatening complete destruction of the Earth, of nature, fauna and flora, as well as an extinction of Earth humans, hanging like the sword of Damocles in the sky of the future, determining fate and threatening all earthly existence, created by the irresponsibility of the power obsessed in the USA at the time of the 1940s. And that also the rulers and their vassals, as well as the part of the like-minded from the population, will continue in the same way as their ancestors also at the present time as well as tomorrow. The day after tomorrow and into the far future, that is beyond all question. Consequently, nothing will change for the better in the foreseeable future.
That will probably never be done, because on the one hand there is fear and cowardice of the United States of America among the majority of the population all over the earth, but on the other hand there is also an indifference like no other, because nobody cares what the USA really is with regard to its hegemony. The part of like-minded people, its secret services, government, the military, arms manufacturers and arms sales to crisis countries, etc., as well as with regard to their lack of conscience. As a result, the USA can continue to promote wars all over the world, in all conflict areas of the earth, without objection, and thus collect millions and billions of dollars by supplying arms to such states. This is also the case at present, as the USA is showering Ukraine with arms in the hope that the Ukrainians will be stupid enough to go to war against Russia, perhaps on their own, or when the idiots in the US government send out their military to attack Russia. Which is what the imbeciles and world domination addicts of the USA have been striving to do since America came into existence. But it is also no different around the world, especially not in the EU dictatorship, because there is a political mass hypnosis in the majority of all states with regard to their imperious behavior, by which the stupid and clueless of the populations can be caught and charmed. The peoples, in their stupidity, simply allow themselves to be thoughtlessly carried along by their ruined governments, whereby they have no idea whatsoever of what the fundamental problems actually are, which are secretly created by the governments in their incapacity to govern, because behind the backs of the peoples everything is secretly carried out to the exclusion of the public. And this refers to everything and anything that is done by governments in relation to pure governmental activities on which the peoples have nothing to say because there is no democracy. As is the case in Switzerland, even though it is only a semi-democracy. So secret machinations are commonplace in this government too. Nevertheless, this is much better than in other countries that have no democratic features at all, even though their rulers lie about being democratic. But what you said about stopping and controlling births, which would reduce overpopulation, would also result in a rapid reduction of all emissions. Because fewer cars, ships, and planes would pollute the air and atmosphere with exhaust gases, and fewer destructive substances would pollute the climate. There would also be much less use of earth resources, which would be conserved, such as oil, rare earths, ores, and gas. There would also be a huge reduction in the entire transport sector and the huge amount of tourism, which alone would eliminate enormous amounts of emissions. Also, billions of tons of waste such as plastic and other plastics, as well as other kinds of waste, rubbish, dirt, scrap, dung, rubbish, filth, dirt, and rubbish would be eliminated. But talking about it is pointless, which is why I don't want to ask you anything else today. Besides, the time is also tremendously advanced and we should end our marathon talk.
There is nothing wrong with what you have said and explained, also with regard to the advanced time. So I will go about my other duty. Farewell, Edward, my dear friend.
Take care. Salome, and also goodbye. So long, Ta, my friend.